All right, good evening. We're going to get started with the January 22nd, 2024 Palo Alto City Council meeting. If the clerk can please call the roll.
Of course. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Move to item 2, agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
Staff doesn't have any changes up here.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to item 3, which is public comment, which is anything that is not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have at this time total?
We currently have 2 groups of 8 and 28 individual speakers.
Okay, so we have a very
And
packed-
counting.
And counting, thank you. So if you're planning on speaking, please raise your hand now on Zoom or submit that comment card. We have a very crowded agenda tonight. Great to see so many people in chamber who wish to speak. What we're going to do is we are going to since we have over 20 speakers, practice is 1 minute per speaker. Our groups will have 8 minutes. We're going to go 30 minutes for public speaking at the beginning. If we hit the 30-minute mark and we still have public speakers, you'll absolutely get your turn. We're just going to move the rest of the public comment period to the end of the agenda. So apologies for anyone who's inconvenienced by that, but we do need to get through the agenda this evening. So let's continue with our first group of speakers, Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Julia Zeitlin.
Okay, thank you. Would it be possible to bring up the slideshow? Good evening, City Council members. We hope you are doing well. My name is Julia Zeitlin. I am 17 years old. I'm the co-founder of PASC, the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, and a member of the 350 Palo Alto Climate Action Team. Students and adults, activists of all ages, are here today to urge you to create a comprehensive timeline to phase out natural gas in Palo Alto by December 31st, 2030. Slide, please. We are here today representing the 783 individuals who signed our petition in support of the sunset date for natural gas. Slide, please. In 2016, our city's goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2030 was widely supported and unanimously adopted by council. City staff has concluded that in order for Palo Alto to achieve our goal, we will need to electrify nearly all single-family households and commercial rooftop HVAC systems. In order to get to this point of large-scale electrification, we need to create a timeline with dates and deadlines that can show the community how we will equitably and sustainably phase out natural gas. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report found that climate change mitigation efforts after 2030 are unlikely to prevent us from exceeding the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise, beyond which catastrophic climate tipping points are much more difficult to reverse. The IPCC report means that these next few years are truly instrumental in determining our long-term climate security. According to the EDF, methane is an incredibly potent greenhouse gas with more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide over the first 20 years after it reaches the atmosphere. We cannot continue burning methane and meet our climate goals at the same time. Along the way to gas sunset, we must ensure incentives and support systems are in place now, early on, to subsidize the electric transition. This upfront investment by the city will help ensure not only that we reach our goal, but that low-income residents are not stuck on gas appliances with a high gas bill 15 years after when everyone else with the means has electrified. Setting this date might not seem easy, but it is important and necessary. As a city, Palo Alto has already said we will be transitioning away from gas. That's a big part of what 80 by 30 inherently means. We as residents are urging you to see that this transition is inevitable. And if we act swiftly, efficiently, and smartly today, the climate and financial benefits will be enormous. By the end of 2023, the US experienced 28 separate weather and climate disasters, each costing at least $1 billion. The environmental and economic fallout from climate change is here, and we must begin reversing it. Slide, please. There is already public support for this transition, not just among us activists, but among residents you don't hear from every Monday night. I know that there are concerns about whether or not our community is ready. Not only do we believe that they are ready, but it's our job as leaders to bring them along and show them why they need to be ready. We are asking you to set a sunset date on natural gas, not to approve a mandate that makes residents rip their gas appliances out and replace them with electric ones. No. We're asking you to realize the vision of 80 by 30, commit to electrification, and show the community that this is the direction we are heading in. By setting a sunset date, we will be able to create a pathway that builds off of SCAP with realistic but ambitious deadlines that actually get us to 80 by 30 and beyond, so that the city can plan, our residents can plan, and electrification can be just and equitable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Chamberlain.
Thank you. Thank you. You have done a lot to move us toward our 80 by 30 goal. This year's heat pump water heater program, the whole home electrification pilot program, grid readiness, and the SCAP approval. Thank you. And we have been working hard also. Our 350 Palo Alto Climate Action Team has been out in the community talking to people about electrification for the last 9 months. These conversations happened at farmers markets, ice cream socials, Mayfet, churches, EV expos, and many other community events. Our conversations help people make the connection between their personal choices of appliances and effectively combating climate change. A lot of light bulbs went on. Oh, to slow climate change, we have to quit burning gas. Oh, and the sooner we do, the fewer the catastrophic consequences. People get it about this simple fact, and when they do, they're more receptive to the carbon reducing policies that are coming. At the California Avenue Farmers Market, I talked to an 8-year-old boy who came up to our table and asked about what we were doing. I said, well, I explained that we have to quit burning gas to make people and the planet healthier. He yelled, "Mom, come over here," to his mother, who was across the street buying vegetables. And she came over and talked to me, signed our petition, signed up to volunteer, and wrote on the petition, "I am doing this for my son." At the downtown farmers market, I was explaining our petition to a woman who had recently moved here. She and her husband had replaced all their appliances with brand new gas ones. When I explained that electric appliances are carbon neutral and make our homes and planet healthier, she became extremely angry and said, "Why didn't they tell us this? Why don't we know about this need to transition to electric? Why isn't this publicized?" This points up the importance of setting a sunset date and publicizing it so people can make informed and wise choices. Slide 6, please. Next one. Next one. I think we skipped one, but that's okay. To give you some specifics of our activity, in these last 9 months, we have had 1,022 tabling conversations at 20 public events, 639 canvassing conversations for a total of 1,661 conversations about electrification. We've delivered 2,225 electric heat pump water heater materials, 395 visitors to our electric home tour, and PASC began an educational campaign in 3 of the Palo Alto high schools. Julia gave a presentation to the entire upper school of Castellea about gas sunset date and electrification. And similar educational presentations were hosted at Pali and Gunn. In total, 85 volunteers worked together to help us achieve our results. Finally, and now you can look at this slide, we have here, thank you, 783 signatures on a petition asking you to set a sunset date to end gas flow in Palo Alto. I'll repeat, 783 people signed a petition that asked the Palo Alto City Council to choose a date to sunset gas. There is momentum, lots of wind at your back, and much public support in the community for you to take this step. We have done a lot to move the ball of climate opinion down the field, and we hope this helps you move the ball of climate policy down the field quickly and boldly. We don't have a lot of time. Climate change doesn't negotiate. Our team has and will continue to educate and raise awareness about electrifying buildings for our personal, mental health, and Earth's health, but that is not enough. Now we need you to name the date and publicize it. In conclusion, we're asking you to take the next logical step in our city's transition to a greener future. The ask is not novel. Statewide and national trends indicate this is the direction of the future. At least 50 cities across the country have approved electrification mandates in new construction. And the California Air Resources Board approved a proposal to ban the sale of natural gas-powered furnaces and water heaters starting in 2030. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District is similarly aligned with a plan to phase out the sale of polluting gas water heaters and furnaces starting in 2027. Those of us here today are calling on you, our leaders, to see the reality of our current climate future. We need to move faster, diligently. We need our pace, our trajectory, and our actions as a city to reflect the reality of our climate crisis. While it may seem we're asking something difficult of you, it should not feel that way. Our priorities, our 80 by 30 goal, our carbon neutrality goal are all clear. Taking this next step shows that you believe in these goals and are committed to ensuring the safety and security of our current and future residents. Thank you so much for your leadership on council thus far, and thank you for our time.
Thank you. Just before we move forward, a lot of new faces tonight, which is wonderful. Just to kind of give you a notice on our general standards, we just generally ask people to not applaud or make comments after public speakers to make sure everybody feels safe and welcomed in this space, regardless of whether their comments are being accepted or not. So thank you. If we can proceed.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowry, and council members. The public toilet at the corner of the parking lot at Hamilton and Waverly has been removed with no indication of whether it's being replaced or being paved over, or the spot paved over. You recall that that was a site considered for a parking structure across the street from the post office. And I know that you've been meeting in closed session to respond to the request for a parking structure from Chop Keenan and others. And I know from past experience that Chop Keenan doesn't want to have restrooms in parking structures. So I don't know whether this was initiated by the contractor or by the city staff or the city council, but since there's a potential environmental review of a project for a parking structure there, removing that public toilet without discussion of whether to replace it or not properly belongs in the discussion of
Your
the
time is
parking
up.
structure.
Please,
Thank you.
please make it. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina G.
Hi, I'm Christina Greenberg, resident of Palo Alto since 2009. Lydia, thank you. I know you from my son's Lego camp and others who I don't know. Glad to meet you today. My husband and 3 children are Jewish, and I've traveled to Israel for work firsthand and seen the discrimination against Palestinians there. My grandma was in a sub-Dachau camp, and my whole life I studied the Holocaust, trying to understand how people let genocide take place. Yet a week ago, I watched South Africa's 3-hour hearing in The Hague outlining a clear case of Israeli genocidal intent and acts. What Hamas did on October 7th was horrific. I condemn it, and it was not justified by all that the Palestinians have experienced in 75 years. But what Israel has done since then is also not justified. There is no justification for killing over 25,000 civilians, 70% women and children, and dropping bombs on hospitals, schools, mosques, and homes. History will study what we did in this moment, and it will not be kind to people who enabled or denied genocide. Never again means never again, and our family
Your
is here to
time is
say,
up.
not in
Please
our
make your
name
final
and not with our
statement.
tax dollars. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Again, friendly reminder, first time, please keep your applause or jeers to yourself. I know these are emotionally charged topics, but we do want to keep a safe atmosphere for all so everyone can feel like their voice can be heard. So thank you. Let's move on to the next.
Our next speaker is Giora T.
Good evening, City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Giora Tarnopolsky. I lived here most of my life, and I'm a citizen of Palo Alto. I'm here to thank you for striving to maintain a peaceful coexistence in Palo Alto. I noticed in the website of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center the following words about this meeting today of the Council. Show up and ask the Palo Alto City Council to agendize a ceasefire resolution. Ceasefire refers to the warfare between Israel and the Gaza army, not about below market housing units, the railway crossings, or the potholes in town, or the public restroom, as we just heard. To my friends at the Arab Resource Center, and especially to the City Council members, I want to remind the word of Hosea, for they have sown the wind and they shall reap the whirlwind.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica K.
I am saddened that the carnage out of Gaza and community comments have not prompted you to call for a ceasefire resolution. My belief in our shared humanity compels me to consider that you may not have the full picture. So I'd like to share what I've learned from teach-ins by Jewish Voice for Peace. In this time, it is essential to differentiate between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. While anti-Semitism describes hostility or prejudice against Jewish people because of their Jewish identity, this is distinct from anti-Zionism. We need to be clear that anywhere that anti-Semitism exists, it should be rooted out. We should be educating people and building tolerance. However, anti-Zionism is markedly different by its questioning of Zionism, not Judaism. Zionism is the ideology that supports the state of Israel. Its founder, Theodor Herzl, purported in his thesis that Jewish safety required a separate nation run exclusively by Jews for Jews. We call that Jewish people should be safe everywhere.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol B.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here to ask that you endorse a resolution for a ceasefire against the Israeli genocide in Gaza, as have other cities in the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland, Richmond. We have to use our voices to speak out in support of the rule of law, to condemn the violation of humanitarian law that's taking place before our eyes. More than 25,000 civilians have been killed. For those of us who watch the news daily, it's very, very hard. to look at the images that we're seeing, and our federal government is failing us in this regard. And so I am here to ask you as law-abiding individuals, members of local government, to use your voices to speak out in the name of human rights and to issue a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine B.
Good evening. I'm just going to reiterate everything that my sister Carol said. I've lived in Palo Alto for over 60 years. My father has lived here for 90 years. I was married to a Jewish man, and I have a business in Palo Alto, and I employ a lot of people. And I ask that you two please make a resolution that will stop the ceasefire, supporting a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna.
Hello, my name is Donna. I live and work in Palo Alto. I'm here today as a concerned citizen who is standing here on the right side of humanity. We speak of all the atrocities by Israel. Have you not seen all the images of dying babies amongst other Palestinians, many of whom were taking shelter in churches and mosques and even hospitals? This is despicable. I see history repeating itself here. This is clearly a Holocaust on Palestinians. People in this community have lost family members. As a resident, I find it difficult when people say this is diverse, when the county has taken positions on important issues to its residents. If any of you commissioners are unsure or opposed to the ceasefire statement, then I ask you to put yourself in the shoes of families that have been killed for no reason. Please, ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Omar.
Good evening. My name is Omar. I'm a community member. I teach a youth group of 9th and 10th graders in the city. I'm Palestinian, originally from Gaza, and over the last 100 and something days, more than 70 of my relatives have been killed, all innocent civilians. And I have to make that distinction because we've been labeled as savage animals. And it's clear through the dehumanization of my people, my relatives, that our lives do not matter. Our blood is cheap. I ask you to consider the position of every Palestinian family in these communities who are in constant mourning. We can't even mourn because if people aren't being bombed, they're dying from disease, they're dying from the cold, from pain, from stress, from not having medicine for more than 100 days now. This is one of the biggest humanitarian crises on the planet right now, and it needs to be addressed. The minimum, the bare minimum is to call for a ceasefire, and I'm hoping that you will consider that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avivid.
Hello, my name is Avivit and I'm a Palo Alto resident for 23 years. Palo Alto models a multicultural community where all its residents, visitors, and workers feel safe, welcomed, and included. While Palo Alto City Council has no real influence on the conflict between Israel and Hamas, a resolution regarding the war would have a negative impact on our local community, increase hate, extremism, and violence, as it has in other cities around the Bay. I therefore thank you for keeping Palo Alto a beacon of light. Thank you for keeping the war in Gaza out of the city agenda. Thank you for leading with empathy and counting on to building inclusion and unity in our community. Congratulations to our new mayor, Greer Stone, who used to be my children's teacher, and to Vice Mayor Ed Lowing. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Zeneb.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Zainab Kazwini. I'm Arab American and a mother of 2 children that go to Addison School. I urge you to advance the ceasefire resolution. Over the last 3 months, we have been feeling dehumanized, bullied into silence, and we've been facing increasing hate crimes that I face sometimes if I drive or with a flag, or if I have this kufiya on. It's not even a real kufiya, it's just similar. I see increasing number of these incidents. And We've been also grieving the killing of thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians, half of which are children, who I see my children every night. I hug them tighter, seeing all this violence all day going on. And I urge you to pass this. This will unite us against hate, violence, and will stop the rising hate crimes that we've been seeing since this war started. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maura O.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and City Council members and staff. My name is Maura. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and Executive Director of Youth Community Service. I'm here tonight to express my gratitude to our community for coming together to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. last Monday on Jan 15th. Over 1,500 community members joined together at over 36 service projects across Palo Alto and the city of East Palo Alto. And we are also thankful to the sponsors of the event, YCS, OFJCC, City of Palo Alto, City of East Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, and Sutter Health, and over 50 partner organizations. Thank you to the city staff, especially Adam Howard, to help organize this event. We kicked off the event with an unveiling of 2 little libraries in Woodland Park communities, and thank Kiwanis Club for creating these libraries, and the San Mateo County Libraries for supplying the books, and community muralist Pedro Riveros for leading a beautiful morning. Thank you to both mayor and vice mayor for speaking at these
Your
events.
time is up.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anu.
My name is Anu Ramamurthy, and I am the founder of Catcade Adventure, which is an eco-educational initiative based in Palo Alto. I'm a Palo Alto resident and mom. And one of the things that we do is go into schools, especially elementary schools, to talk to kids about climate change and bring climate literacy to them. And we work with high school students to facilitate several of these workshops. And in a recent workshop that I did, I spoke to kids about the importance of global action in terms of what the UN is doing, what countries are doing, what states are doing, but also what cities are doing. And while I moved to Palo Alto because the schools were fantastic, when I dug deeper, I figured, obviously with the SCAP and the commitment that the city has to the environment is pretty spectacular. So we do a lot of storytelling to the kids about the privilege that they have and enjoy in living and studying in Palo Alto. And as a result of this workshop, some of the kids actually wrote thank you postcards to all of the council members. So I'm here to sort of share these postcards with you.
Your time is up.
And would love if you can take a read and then maybe even send in a response. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zainab Q. Our next speaker is Han Och R.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Hanok Raviv, and I'm here to thank you for not considering a resolution related to the ceasefire in the Middle East, any resolution. We all concern and mourn the loss of life due to the ongoing Middle East conflicts, and there are many conflicts in the Middle East at the moment and in the past, and hopefully in the future we won't have any conflicts. The fights escalated from one conflict to another, and the ceasefire calls have been rejected and specifically not included in city council agendas across the Bay Area because A, it's dividing, and B, it's causing hate whenever they go. This includes Santa Clara, San Jose, Foster City, San Bruno, Alameda, and Foster City. The San Francisco Mayor, London Breed, wrote before returning a resolution back to the city board. So let's all behave as we believe. Let us reject those that seek to divide us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Leese M.
Hello, Council. I'm here to ask for a proposed ceasefire resolution. The obvious goal of this horrific bombardment of the Palestinian people is for the colonization and annexation of land, including the Gaza marine gas reserves off the coast. I understand in Palo Alto, the unceded territory of the Ramaytush Ohlone, this may fall on deaf ears. Therefore, I would like to take a moment to share my immense adoration for the Palestinian people. I have learned so much about their culture, their artistry and faith and humanity, and learning their history and struggles and resilience from the Nakba of 1948 to the present day. I've learned that many Palestinian children were named for towns that were burned and lost in colonization, such as Bassan, the young TikToker who has become our eyes and ears in Gaza and stolen our hearts for the past 3 months. I've learned that Palestinians are incredibly brilliant with 97% literacy rate and attain the highest level of doctorals per capita. And I also want to share my immense gratitude to the Jewish community throughout the country and globally demanding a ceasefire, stating not in our name and never again means never again for anyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mackenzie H.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie. I have lived in this area for most of my life. At least 200 times in the last 3 months, Israel has deployed 2,000-pound bombs, some of the biggest and most destructive bombs available. These bombs have been dropped in southern areas of Gaza designated as safe, as well as in refugee camps in the north. I'm curious to know if it sits well with you as council members to know that your tax dollars are being used to drop 2,000-pound bombs on Palestinian families. Does it sit well with you that your tax dollars are being used to kill over 25,000 Palestinians, leave over 1,500 children without one or both legs, and cause mothers to miscarry and become unable to breastfeed due to severe trauma? Gaza is a Palo Alto issue because as Palo Alto residents, our tax dollars are funding this genocide. As a young person, I am deeply disturbed as I watch the people elected to lead this city be unwilling to call for something as basic as a ceasefire.
Your time is up.
I ask you to agendize a ceasefire resolution immediately.
Our next speaker is Sabah I.
Good evening. My name is Saba, and I'm a first-generation South Asian daughter of refugees. I am currently the only Muslim therapist at Stanford's Counseling Center, completing my postdoc in social justice. 2 weeks ago, I listened to community members objecting against a ceasefire resolution as it would cause division within our community. Respectfully, this assertion posits that division does not already exist. I look to our anti-Zionist Jewish students at Stanford and how they have been ostracized simply for valuing human life, Israeli and Palestinian. I speak with my Palestinian siblings who have not felt safe nor recognized for the entirety of their lives simply for being Palestinian. To object to agendizing a ceasefire resolution because it would cause division is willfully ignorant and manipulative. This division already exists. Some of us value preservation of human life, and some of us apparently oppose this idea. Clarifying what this division stems from will allow us to address Zionism as a destructive force rather than the idea of a ceasefire. As James Baldwin wrote,
make your final statement.
Nothing can be changed until it is faced. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that has been 30 minutes. So we're going to close public comment at this time. We will return at the end of the agenda. So if you had not had a chance to speak, you will have your opportunity at the end of this evening's agenda. I do understand that that is inconvenient for many who did show up tonight to speak. I apologize. One option you may have, if you really are here to be able to just show that you stand in solidarity with your side and you wish to no longer speak, you can send an email to city.council@cityofpaloalto.org. We will receive those. We do read all of those. Another option we could do right now, if you also wish to not stick around, if you are here in support of a ceasefire and you feel comfortable doing so, you can stand up or raise your hand. That way we can visually see how many in the audience are here in support. Great, thank you. And if you are here opposing a ceasefire, you may stand as well. Great. Thank you very much. So again, we're going to continue with our agenda. We'll come back. If you haven't had an opportunity yet to speak, you will have that opportunity at the end of tonight's meeting. So we'll move now to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Vinker.
Good evening. I just wanted to report on a city-based trip I took last week to Sacramento as Palo Alto's representative to the Northern California Power Agency. There was a conference at which one of our utility staff members made a really, truly tremendous presentation on our grid modernization that will allow some of the climate action that we've heard advocated for tonight. Our utilities director, Dean Batchelor, our deputy city manager, Kylie Nozay, also were there. And I want to make an observation about it, because this is the third time that I've been at public meetings where Palo Alto's programs on climate action have been lifted up, where the response was, wow, you all are so far ahead. And I just want to report that to the community because we have a lot to do. We got to keep our foot on the, well, I shouldn't say foot on the gas, foot on the accelerator. And we really need to continue to be really serious about it. But we should take a minute to acknowledge our progress and how we really are a model for others. The first time I saw it was when then Mayor Pat Burt was speaking at a U.S. Conference of Mayors panels on our EV infrastructure and plans, and people wanted to hear more from us, not the mayors of Atlanta and Phoenix sitting next to him. The second time was when I was in Washington in December, and people at the White House and the Department of Energy were wowed by our heat pump water heater program, literally using the words, "You are so far ahead." And the third time was last week with people, fellow members, fellow commissioners from other cities, from the Northern California Power Agency, who are striving to also make their power green, who heard about our grid modernization plans and said, wow, you are so far ahead. So I think we need to take that as we're on the right path. And I think it's important for our community and residents to know how we're seen outside of our city limits. So that's my report. Second, I also just wanted to remind my colleagues on council that this Friday at 5:30, finally we will have our Cal Cities legislators address, where we will hear from some of our state legislators and join with fellow council members from San Mateo County and Santa Clara County right here in Palo Alto. So I hope if you haven't signed up, please do. Thank you. And our mayor will be welcoming people to our city.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. And I thought I already, was there any other council members who were wishing to speak on this? No? Okay, I'll give a brief update, kind of very similar to Councilmember Vinker's. I had the honor of representing the city last week at the U.S. Mayor's Conference in Washington, D.C. And in a very similar way, it was kind of incredible to speak to so many mayors, small, large city mayors, red and blue, and members of Biden's administration. And every single one of them knew about Palo Alto, held us in very high regard. We are an incredibly venerated city across the country, and really well known for what we are doing, especially in the areas of climate change. And talking to so many mayors and understanding the problems that are happening in those cities, seeing how many issues that we share in common, but how many blessings we do have. And I think especially that we have residents who are so willing to stand behind us on issues of climate change and really help drive those missions forward. I attended some sessions on affordable housing as well as climate, and got to learn some good funding opportunities that I'm excited to share with staff to see if we can move forward. But overall, was really proud to see that in most of those sessions, where a lot of other cities were were kind of sharing some new initiatives that they were working on. We have had many of those in place for over a decade. And so it was nice to see that we are leading in so many of these areas. And then one final thing, I had the honor to be able to meet briefly with the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. We had a nice conversation, and I was able to bring up the need for grade separation here along the peninsula, especially in Palo Alto, and he was very receptive to that, and he was able to introduce me to one of his chief staffers and encouraged us both to be able to follow up and continue that conversation to see, are there funds out there that are currently existing that we haven't tapped, or are there some emerging funds that we might be able to take advantage of? So I'm looking forward to following up on that conversation and see what we can do. So that's my update, and Councilmember Lithcott Ames.
I'm so sorry, Mayor, that I didn't ring in before you did. My apologies. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that an important record has been broken in our environs. Stanford University women's basketball coach Tara Vanderveer yesterday became the winningest coach in NCAA basketball history with her 1,203rd win, finally passing the record set by Duke men's basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski. This is an extraordinary achievement for any coach. The fact that it is coming in women's sports with a female coach makes it record-breaking in many ways. So to Tara Vanderveer, most of whose career has been right here down the road at Stanford starting in 1985. It's quite an achievement, and from every win forward, it's no longer about beating someone else's record, but simply being who she is.
Great, thank you for that. And I heard from some sports analysts that that's a record that they expect will never be broken. Very, very exciting. Seeing no other lights, we will then move on to our consent calendar. And we'll start with public comment on consent calendar items 1 through 9. We just have one speaker. Since we have under 10 speakers, we'll set the timer for 3 minutes per speaker.
Our first speaker is Elisa S. Elisa S., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. All right, moving on to our next speaker, Michael Q.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good evening. I would like to encourage the council to move forward with item number 4, which, as I'm reading it, appears to, well, I'll just read it verbatim. Adoption of an urgency ordinance and an ordinance amending Palo Alto Municipal Code Title 18, et cetera, creating by right zoning approval for specific housing elements inventory sites, CEQA status, and addendum to the city's comprehensive plan environmental impact report. Okay. I would strongly encourage the council to do everything possible to expedite development at the locations identified in the housing element inventory. The viability of these locations is already in doubt in the eyes of HCD. And this would be a very good, I think, good faith step to show HCD that Palo Alto is serious and thereby maintain local control. I would remind council, perhaps word has already reached them, that Cupertino recently settled a lawsuit over the builder's remedy, effectively recognizing that the legal stance that a town who submits a housing element in time as opposed to actually getting it approved by HCD is effectively in compliance. Cupertino admitted in the settlement of the lawsuit that they were not in compliance and that they are going to have to begin processing in good faith builder's remedy projects. So in the interest of getting Palo Alto's housing element approved, I would strongly encourage council to vote yes. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you. Oh, is that it?
Yep, final speaker.
Great, thank you. Now entertain a motion to move the consent calendar, and then after we'll entertain no votes and pull. Councilmember Burt?
I would like to pull item 3.
Sorry, first going motions, and then I'll go to pulls. No problem. It's okay. Councilmember Koo? The same thing? Well then, I'll move the
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
Thank you. Now we'll go to no votes and pull. Councilmember Burt?
I'd like to pull item 3.
Councilmember Koo?
I'd like to register no vote on 4 and to pull item 6.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
I would like to pull item 3. And if it's not pulled, I'm likely to vote no.
All right. Seeing no other lights, the clerk can call the vote when she is
In
ready.
that case, if I might register a no vote for item 6, since it wasn't pulled.
Sorry.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. So that's a no on 6 from Councilmember Koo, and Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Did you register a no vote on 3 if it's not pulled up? Councilmember Vinker?
I would also like to pull 3.
Okay. So that's 3 votes to pull item 3. Item 3 has been removed. Assistant City Manager.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. With the polling of item 3, staff recommends that this get re-agendized. It'll happen in March based on the current tentative agendas for the council.
Yes, Councilmember Burt.
I just want to say that my reason for pulling the item is not to question its action, but to be able to have an agendized brief discussion on it so that council members can wade in on its context. So I'm not sure that additional staff members would need to be present for that, but so be it.
Thank you. Then if the clerk is prepared, we can take the vote. Oh, now, if it can be brief, because this is not our practice, but I'll entertain for the pool.
Since it's not our practice, I shall say nothing.
Just to confirm, Vice Mayor Lowing moved and Councilmember Vinker seconded.
Correct.
All right. I will proceed with the vote. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka? Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. On 4, 1, absolutely, it is so undemocratic to upzone and not to have a public hearing. By right methods undermine communities and do not extract value based on community needs from community inputs. Furthermore, the amendment to the environmental report really does not take a close look at the irreparable harm to the environment. And that protection should be paramount concern to our community. On item number 6, I see that there are neighbors who do have concerns, and I think since it's a quasi-judicial, and that I'm not quite sure whether it's a garage or a house that is being built over there, that there should be a public meeting, which will include neighbors' comments, not just through their letters. Thank you.
Thank you. And there were, I believe, no other no votes. So perfect. We will then move on to, sorry, well, next on our agenda is the city manager comments.
Thanks, City Clerk, for pulling up that PowerPoint. Good evening, City Council. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. I'm sitting in for our City Manager, Ed Chicata, this evening. Given your full agenda, we'll try and keep these as brief as possible. Next slide, please. The city is currently recruiting. So we're recruiting for open seats on 7 boards, commissions, and committees, and applications are due March 17th, and interviews with the City Council will follow. So for anybody that is interested in applying, we encourage participation. Can find the applications at cityofpaloalto.org/BC recruit. Next slide, please. As of January 2024, so this month, in alignment with council direction and after an educational campaign to inform residents, gas-powered leaf blowers and the enforcement of the gas-powered leaf blower ban may be subject to fines and other enforcement actions beginning this month. So to avoid any fines, obviously, everyone in the community is encouraged to switch to an electric or battery-powered leaf blower. Next slide, please. This Friday, please join us at, I guess, January 26th at the Art Center for In Feast or Famine, the newest exhibit. The general admission is from 6 to 8 p.m. And there will be a food truck and art making activities and libations. Next slide, please. The city, in partnership with Mountain View, Los Altos, and have been doing a North County Trust program. So TRUST is Trusted Response Urgent Support Team. This is one of the programs that was funded by an earmark through our lobbying efforts, and is intended to provide a alternative form and support needing for those in mental health crisis. So as part of that program, we have an online community survey that's available through April 12th. It is done through our provider, so it will have a provider actually administering the survey, but it is ultimately a City of Palo Alto survey. And ultimately, if someone is in need of mental health crisis support, please do call 988 and ask for TRUST, and those services will be available. Next slide, please. Lastly, notable tentative upcoming items. So next Monday, or this upcoming Monday, January 29th, the council has its annual retreat. This will be on a Monday at the typical council meeting start time of 5:30. However, as a retreat agenda, this will be at the Mitchell Park Community Center in the El Palo Alto room. So everyone's encouraged to enjoy it, to join us at that. On February 5th, you will have the annual Public Improvement Corporation financial report, as well as a continued conversation from Council's 2023 referrals on procedures and protocols. In February, you can see there's a few more items coming up. And lastly, we should note that February 19th, in observance of President's Day, there will not be a council meeting. Next slide. I think that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. That brings us to our break, but we are only an hour in. If everyone's in favor of moving on, I think we have a couple of action items that we can get through fairly quickly, and then we'll get into our break. Okay. So we'll move on to item 10, approval of an employment agreement and approval of resolution to appoint Mahia Ayun to the position of city clerk. Do we have anyone from staff who will introduce this?
No, ultimately this is, I guess I can do it. So ultimately this is following council's direction from your process in selection and recruiting your new city clerk. So there is no presentation, but this is ultimately a reflection of your direction.
Thank you. Then let's move to public comment on this item, and we will bring it back then to council.
I would like, oops, sorry. I didn't get my light.
Sorry, Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I would like to move the recommendation.
Councilmember Burt.
Public comment first.
Sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Aram J.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times I contacted the clerk's office, and I had an opportunity to talk to Mahia before, she was being considered for this position. She was extraordinarily professional, always got back to me, and I can only say that as a retired public employee myself, I'm proud to see public employees like her, and I wish her all the best in this new position. Thank you.
All right, bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I would like to move the recommendation of the Council Appointed Officers Committee to approve the employment agreement with Mahia Ayun and adopt a resolution accordingly.
Second.
Great. Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I think the council is really enthused about Mahia moving into the permanent position of our city clerk, and I want to just welcome her for her journey ahead, and as well as her really outstanding staff that all work together as a team to support everything that we do and to be a really important interface with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this motion. We all support it because Ms. Yun has really demonstrated in her role prior to being interim and then being interim that she has the capacity to step into this critical role on behalf of the city. I did place a phone call to the former clerk, Leslie Milton, yesterday to express gratitude for recruiting you here in the first place. And she is as delighted as we are that you are now in this position. I think we also all recognize the value of promoting from within. It's not always the right thing to do, but it is incredibly valuable to the city when we can identify talent within, talent we believe can grow and step into higher positions. So I'm delighted to support this motion.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse my voice tonight. The first thing I was and am going to say is that internal promotions are excellent for the city, but they're not automatic, or at least they shouldn't be by policy. They shouldn't be sort of like in a football game, next man up. So we've had the benefit in 2 ways, well, 3 ways of evaluating this candidate. One is working with her on her already rapid rise in the city clerk's office. 2 is working with her as the acting city clerk, which changed the job significantly. So we had the benefit of almost doing a, as they say sometimes in search, a try before you buy. And obviously she excelled at that. Third, that I really want to emphasize for the public is that we did a broad search of many candidates by an external recruiter to have objectivity from their perspective and then from our perspective. And out of all of those, this is our choice. So the answer is clear in terms of our overall opinion. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I want to add to Vice Mayor Lawing's remarks that in addition to all of that, I want to say that we've seen your office grow as well. Your team has grown, and they are they're very responsive, very much like the example that you set. And it's been a pleasure working with all of them and seeing them grow. So I support the resolution and the employment agreement. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just want to say, as evidenced by our public speaker, that you present a really terrific public face for our city. You're professional and welcoming, and that means a lot, especially to a city that has reputations like ours. So thank you for that, and I know you'll continue to represent our city well.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I just like to say, Madam Clerk, you have done an excellent job. You have earned this position. Agree with everything that has been said. And as Councilmember Lawing said, this was an incredibly competitive process. And I think you had one of the most challenging job interviews because you were not just there for 2 job interviews. You've been essentially interviewing with us for the last several months, and you have really shined and also have shown your growth in this role and possess, I think, a real rare but important talent for a job like this, where you can be so incredibly strong, but also incredibly kind as well to the people that you interact with. And we've all seen it, that the public really responds well to that. They respect you. You've earned our respect. And I'm just so grateful that you're going to continue on in this role, in this permanent position, because you've earned it and the city is going to be better suited for it. So thank you for being here and congratulations. With that, let's take the vote.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lawing,
Yes.
motion carries.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations to our new Madam Clerk. Would you, if you are comfortable, you're welcome to say a few words.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Stone and City Council. I first would like to say thank you for all of your support and for entrusting me with this important role. I am truly humbled by the opportunity to serve this community in this capacity. The role of City Clerk is not just about managing records and facilitating meetings. It's about being a steward of transparency, democracy, and the values that make our city thrive. I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of those who I've worked with in collaboration with, my amazing team that I've worked with in the city clerk's office, the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, the city auditor's office, and all of the departments, all of which have shown me unwavering support and encouragement throughout my time here. I am committed to building upon that foundation, working collaboratively with my colleagues, the council, and most importantly, the residents of our wonderful city. As city clerk, I will strive to uphold the principles of transparency, accessibility, and integrity. I recognize the importance of open communication and public engagement. I'm excited about the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead. I'm ready and energized for the work ahead and the positive impact we can make together. Thank you for your continued support, and I look forward to serving you and the Palo Alto residents. And thank you once again for this tremendous honor.
Congratulations, Madam Clerk. With that, we can break our rule and all have a round of applause. So thank you. And yeah, would you like to come up here for a photo with the full council? All right.
But Mayor, then who's going to take it?
All right, let's do one more action item and then we'll take our break. Item 11, adoption of a resolution and approving an easement relocation agreement, relocating and vacating a 25-foot public service easement at Castellea School.
All right, thank you, Mayor. We've got Sunny Tong here from Administrative Services Real Estate, as well as Matt Zuka, who is with our Utilities Department to present this.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and council members. I'm Sunny Tong, Real Property Manager in the Administrative Services Department. Joining me is Matt Zuka, Assistant Director, Utilities Engineering. We'll be presenting item 11 on this evening's agenda, resolution and easement relocation agreement at the Castellea School. So the purpose of this resolution and easement relocation agreement is to fulfill a condition of approval that requires the relocation of an existing public utility easement on the property. And this cover slide here is a Google aerial view of the Castellea School. The public utility easement extends from an area by the Emerson Street driveway near the intersection of Melville Avenue and traverses along the first baseline of the field. So next slide, please. So this is a plat map, also is shown in the packet. The plat map shows the location of the existing public utility easement to be vacated, as well as the relocated public utility easement. It just shows that it's shifted a little bit to the right on this exhibit. Now I'll just hand it off to Matt to go over a couple more slides and provide additional details.
Good evening, council members. Matt Zuka, Assistant Director of Utilities. I oversee engineering and operations for the water, gas, and wastewater utilities. I'm here tonight to sort of provide the utilities perspective on the easement and the utilities themselves, both existing and proposed. Currently, there are both a water and a wastewater sewer collection pipeline in the easement, and the proposed facilities. The water line is being relocated. It's fairly easy to do because it operates under pressure. Unfortunately, the sewer line is gravity, and we can't relocate it without installing pumping, which would not be a preferred alternative. So the option is to keep it in its current alignment. It is a relatively new pipeline. It was installed in 2016, high-density polyethylene pipeline in very good condition. So the image on the slide before you shows the school facilities, and the dashed green line is the existing sewer line relative to those facilities. On the left will be the below ground parking structure. The sewer line itself will be in sort of a grass surfaced area between the below ground structure and some pavers. It will also be still accessible post construction of the school. And so utilities will have ongoing access to the sewer line. If we keep the current easement, the wall on the rightmost wall, if you will, of the below ground parking structure would encroach in the easement. So the purpose of moving it over is to put the sewer lines right in the middle. Right now, the sewer line kind of is at the edge of the current easement, and this sort of lines things up nicely and gets us a much cleaner access to the actual infrastructure. Next slide, please. This second drawing is a section, and one of the interesting features of the project is that the below grade parking structure connects above grade via a tunnel, and that tunnel is routed underneath our sewer pipeline. You can see it called out here on this image. In conversations with the applicant, they are maintaining our requested 3-foot clearance so that we have sort of the ability to come in, operate, maintain the infrastructure as necessary. That should provide us adequate clearance should we ever need to come in, excavate the pipeline, do any kind of maintenance work and that kind of thing. Again, it's a fairly new, less than 10-year-old pipeline. HDPE is watertight, so we don't anticipate any leakage. The tunnel itself is going to be waterproof because it'll probably be below ground water levels. And overall, I would say that this is not an atypical configuration for what we have out in our system. It's not something that we would necessarily, if given a blank sheet of paper, draw up and design, but it's well within the ballpark of the things that we encounter on a day-to-day basis. Next slide. So in a nutshell, the proposed easement in sewer is not an uncommon arrangement. It does preserve access for us for future maintenance and repair. We'll continue to have access within the easement language. We don't really have any, from utilities perspective, opposition to the approach. In fact, it actually kind of balances the problem quite nicely. The only other option that we would be able to come up with is a pumped option, and that would be much more maintenance and much more cost and much less preferable to the city. And with that, we can turn it over to questions.
Thank you. We'll move first to public comment.
Mayor, we have one group with Rob L. speaking on behalf of five individuals, and then we have 2 requests to speak.
Thank you. We'll do 10 minutes for the group, 3 minutes for the individual speakers.
Our first speaker is Rob L.
Hello, Council. This is the 3rd time this has come up here. I guess that might indicate there's some trouble. I'm glad the city actually brought somebody in to talk about it, but it's kind of disconcerting that they're, as usual, just so biased in favor of it for something which is probably no benefit to the neighborhood. Let me give you a little history about this section of land. In 1992, the city council, under direction or mayor of Gary Facino, gave Castleya at 0 cost all of Melville Avenue between Emerson and Bryant Street. So this is a 60-foot wide street, 400 feet long, 24,000 square feet, over half an acre. You know, at current prices of 16 million an acre, there's just $8 million of the land right there. In addition, there were 30 parking spaces on that section of Melville that were lost. And we know that 30 parking spaces at the in lieu price of $125,000 would give you another $3.5 million gift. And basically that was stolen from the neighborhood. We used to learn how to ride a bike there or skateboard, park 30 cars, taken away, given to a private school. As far as this easement is concerned, I'm not so much concerned about the shift of the easement, but I'm concerned about a permanent encroachment of the Melville public utility easement. So let me give you a demonstration here. maybe not as slick as the slideshow, but what we have here is the garage over on this side, and we've got some Batmobiles and other nice cars. And so people drive in off the driveway on Bryant Street and bring their cars in to the underground garage. But then they want to get over to the school, which has also got an underground section. And so you have some students who come out of the cars in the underground garage, and they have to travel through the tunnel underneath the sewer line and show up at the other side ready for school. Now, the only problem with this is that it's a bad idea, and it was a bad idea when we first saw it 8 years ago, and it's a bad idea still, because of the sewer line that runs straight through it. So we have this sewer line that's 2 feet, not 3 feet, 2 feet above the top of the tunnel. So anything that happens with the sewer line could easily pierce the tunnel and fill the tunnel of the school with sewage. Why would the city want to do this? You'd be liable if you just accept it. At the very least, the city should be indemnified against any kind of accident that happens there, so that we don't have the problem of sewage in the tunnel and sort of difficult access for the equipment. Because although the city staff says, oh, we can do this, it makes it much more complicated to get in and try to fix something. One other thing that the Fazino Council did in 1992 is they said as a condition that if the land was no longer being used as a school, then the land reverted to the city of Palo Alto. And we take that $8 or $12 million worth of land back. Thank you very much. And the same thing should apply to this giveaway of the easement, such that if it's no longer used as a school, we not only get the top land back, but we get the land underneath it. So there's just a couple of things for you to ask about. The other thing is we fought Castellea for 8 years on this, and they claim that the cost recovery is $1,842. This, I am sure, is off by 2 orders of magnitude for what the city has spent helping Castellea with their project. And so I think the cost recovery needs to be looked at, indemnification for the sewer line needs to be looked at, and reverting to the city if it's no longer used as a school. Thank you.
And if we could just, yeah, it's a very creative presentation, so thank you. But if we could keep our applause to ourselves, and we can do hand waves if you'd like. All right, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mindy R.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mindy Romanowski. I'm with Jorgensen Siegel McLaren Flagel, and I represent Castellea along with Matt Francois of Rattan and Tucker, who will be speaking in a few moments. For the past 18 months since our approvals before many of you in June of 2022, Castellea has worked to obtain their building permits in accordance with code requirements and in compliance with the over 100 conditions that were placed on the project. One such condition mandated by the City Council is condition of approval number 28. It requires that the school shift the existing PUE to allow their driveway coming out of their below grade parking to align with the Melville Emerson intersection. This was at the request of many members of the public and architectural review, planning commissioners, and of course you approved it. Notably, the easement will shift its location, but it's going to remain the same width. It will be the same amount of acreage. The sewer line will remain, and although it is being shifted, no public rights are altered whatsoever. Everything will remain the same. It will just shift over and it will remain the 25 feet. Tonight, I think it's important to focus on the language of condition 28 because it informs of your purview for the evening. In that condition, you delegated approval of the PUE relocation to the real estate division staff, as is allowed by state law. And while the PUE relocation can be approved by the council, there is no language in the condition that requires council consideration. Under state law, a summary vacation of a PUE does not require a public hearing either. To the contrary, the Streets and Highways Code authorizes the council to delegate your authority to vacate a PUE to city staff through recordation of a document with the exact information contained in attachment A of your staff report tonight. Also, the Palo Alto Municipal Code provides a framework for this process as well, section 21.20.070, whereby you require applicants to work with the Director of Utilities and the city engineer for the proper location and width of utility easements, and that is what the school has done. They have worked with the utilities and engineering staff to arrive at this location for the PUE. They've submitted the documents, and it's all in accordance with the condition 28. So Castellea has carried out what you and staff have required and what is prescribed under the state law. So respectfully this evening, the council does not have the ability to reject the easement relocation as it would contradict your prior approval. Most importantly, in approving the relocation, on a very positive note, the city will retain all of your current rights. Nothing changes. It simply shifts over and remains the same size, the same width. So tonight, there's no reason to delay this matter, and it would be on your purview to do so. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Matt F.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Matt Francois. I'm with Rattan and Tucker, co-counsel with Mindy Romanowski for Castellea. As you know, when the council granted approval of the project back in June 2022, that was a culmination of a 6-year process with 20 public hearings, was based on a full administrative record, including a thorough and comprehensive EIR. Mindy mentioned condition 28, which requires relocation of that 25-foot public utility easement. It had to be within the boundaries of the existing driveway. The plans that have been submitted to your staff show that it indeed is within the boundaries of that driveway, so it's fully in conformance with condition 28. In looking back at the record, there's abundance evidence to support this relocation action. In the council's own findings approving the project, you found that relocation of the easement would accommodate construction of the below-grade garage, and the existing sewer line would not be adversely affected. Those were in your findings. You also found that the garage walls would be placed a minimum of 5 feet from the existing sewer line so that the sewer line would not be affected. Condition 67W requires that the pedestrian tunnel maintain a minimum 3-foot vertical clearance from the existing sewer line. The building permit plans that have been submitted to your staff are in full conformance with all of these provisions. The EIR also studied this issue and found that relocation would result in absolutely no significant environmental effects. It said that it had been reviewed by the city's utility division, which found that it would have full access for maintenance and operation of the sewer line. There were comments made that relocation of the easement would make it more difficult to address future sewage problems. And the final EIR responded that the city's utility division found that the revised PUE would quote, provide enough room to excavate the sewer line if needed and would not impair the city's ability to maintain and operate the sewer line. So the project approvals and the findings on which they're based are final and can't be modified or altered at this time. And of course, the city has to act in a reasonable manner in interpreting these conditions and not arbitrarily or capriciously. Staff has recommended approval of the PUE relocation. It's consistent with and required because of a condition this council imposed on the project. The council imposed that condition, finding that would not result in any adverse impacts to the sewer line. And the EIR you certified likewise concludes that the easement relocation will not result in any significant environmental impacts. We respectfully ask the council to act consistent with the previously imposed conditions, the positive staff recommendation, and the law in approving the easement relocation agreement. Ms. Romanowski and I are both available to answer any questions, and also the project civil engineer, Nate Dickinson from Sandus, is
Your
here
time is
tonight
up.
on
Please wrap
Zoom
up
if
your
you have any
comments.
questions. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Talha B.
I was actually speaking on in favor of a ceasefire resolution, not on action item 11.
We are taking comments on action item 11.
Right. When I submitted my card, it was for the public comment section in favor of a ceasefire.
Right. Thank you. We're not taking comments on that at this time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca E.
Thank you so much. I am not pleased to once again have to come up here and remind you all what is really happening with Castellea. It's super frustrating because in other cities, the city attorney takes on the role of representing residents and the interests of the city. But here it has been the residents who have had to do that. And in particular, I point out with gratitude the words stated by Rob Levitsky and Andy and the rest of the group of neighbors who has been consistently trying to educate City Council about the abuse of process and other abuse that has been going on by Castellea for many years. Let's be very clear. Castellea is not required to build this underground garage, which is the only reason why there would be any so-called necessity of moving this public easement, an easement that belongs to us and not to them. Castellea is not at all required to expand. I found it interesting that the lawyers for Castellea who commented here, the expensive lawyers, notably, that they are asking you to stick with your word that you gave before. Well, the lawyers should know that your word was always conditional. It was conditional on what Castellea's plans actually being accurate, which they're not, and on Castellea's plans actually not having very negative environmental impacts, which they do. I also find it ironic that they want you to stick to the EIR, given that the primary reason why we even spent so many years, very expensive city council time, contemplating bending so many rules that apply to everyone else to allow a very wealthy, profitable private school that never opens its doors to anyone else in the community, to allow them to create to build a commercial garage in a residential area. The only reason that Castellea even had to do all these enormous things is because Castellea insisted that finding a second campus was impossible. Now, come 2023 to 24, and finding a second campus is exactly what Castellea has done. So given that, Castellea has changed its stance as it represented in the EIR, let's actually change our stance and do what's right for the garage. And not
Your time is up. Please wrap up your statement.
For listening to my point of view.
Thank you. We will return to council now for questions, discussion, and motions. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I had a couple technical questions and a legal question. I'll start with the legal question. The staff report, I appreciate notes the history of granting the street easement at Melville to Castellea. And as was stated, it would, under that agreement, revert to the city if the use changed. But I just wanted to confirm that that would apply to this easement relocation as well. That nothing changes about, by having relocated the easement, nothing changes regarding the obligation to revert the granting of the easement.
Sure. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. That is correct. Approving the easement relocation does not result in a change in use of the property. So just for context for council, in 1992, some of the public commenters mentioned this. In 1992, the city vacated the Melville Avenue street easement, 60 feet wide between Bryant and Emerson. At the same time, it also reserved a 25-foot wide section for utility and surface access to those utilities, for utilities and surface access to those utilities. That resolution also contained a condition, and that condition is further memorialized in a separate agreement with Castellea that states, if the former Melville Avenue street easement area is changed to a non-school use, then Castellea or its successor shall offer to rededicate that property back to the city for right-of-way purposes at no cost to the city. So in legal parlance, that's called a reversionary interest. And that is only triggered if Castellea changes its use of the former Melville Avenue street easement from a school use. The proposed easement relocation agreement does not trigger that condition. Castellea is attempting to redevelop its school campus for school use, and the city is requiring the easement relocation as part of its conditions of approval. It's basically preserving its right to maintain and access utility easements in a 25-foot wide section of the Castellea property. And it is relocating it some amount of distance, 10 or 12 feet or something like that, southward, to ensure that that easement still exists and is not encroached upon by anything that Castellea is building. So it just keeps keeps a utilities easement in place, free of any encumbrances. That condition in the 1992 resolution vacating the Melville Avenue street easement continues to exist. Nothing we're doing tonight changes that. So if in the future the use of the property changes from school use, that reversionary interest remains, and the obligation to offer to rededicate that street easement to the city is still in place. So nothing changes with respect to that condition. And then to make that point even clearer, the easement relocation agreement in your packet, paragraph 3 expressly states that the agreement only applies to the public utility easement and does not diminish or affect any of the city's rights within that easement. So with respect to that condition, staff's view is that we are on solid ground.
Thank you. That's really helpful. The one thing is, though, that that thorough explanation used up most of my 5 minutes. Shall I cede the floor and come back with other questions?
You got a few more seconds. You could be like Brock Purdy and make the most of it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, in addition to the easement relocation, we actually are granting an encroachment. We saw on slide number 4, maybe we can even have that come back up. And that means that the sewer line is going, passing over the tunnel that connects the new underground parking structure with the school. Do we believe that there's any risks to liability to the city in the event of damage to the sewer line? And should we have a hold harmless clause in this agreement as a result of whatever risks we do have?
I'll take a stab at that. Matt Zuka, Assistant Director, Engineering and Operations for Utilities. There's two elements of risk, I would say, in this potential. Anytime we're below ground, it's never zero. Anytime we're doing construction, it's never zero. But here we sort of have two elements, I would say. One, that the existing utility is known, and if during construction anything were to happen to it as a result of the construction, I think it's pretty well established that the contractor would be at fault and then would either have to make whatever repairs we deem necessary, or the city could exercise the discretion of making the repairs and then charging the contractor. So that's established in our Muni Code, state law. It's extremely standard practice. And so while the risk of damage during construction is not zero, we know how to deal with that. We do it all the time. I will also say that the flows that go through this pipeline are not substantial. They basically collect up to Alma, 1 block away. So this isn't like a large trunk that's, conveying sewage from Stanford or anything substantial. This is almost at the beginning of the watershed, if you will. So even in the event of damage, there wouldn't be, substantial consequences. It's a watertight line, and we would expect to be able to be handled pretty quickly. In terms of the future, this is, we're 10 years into a 100-year asset. So, we've got about 90 years ideally left if all things go well. I don't plan to be around, but the risk is less of something I think happening to us and our infrastructure failing in this context. I would be more concerned in the long term about actual future construction work and that kind of thing. So I don't really think that this is a risk to the city associated with our infrastructure failing in and of itself. And so the request for additional indemnity, I don't think we're mitigating very much, would be my personal opinion. I'm not a legal, I'm not the lawyer, I just pretend to be one.
Thank you.
Any other Councilmember Lifcut-Hames?
I move the staff report. Second. Sorry, make that the staff recommendations.
All right, would you like to speak to your motion, Councilmember Lifcut-Hames?
I just want to say, appreciate the staff presentation. This seems like a fairly straightforward moving of an easement slightly to one side. And I appreciate the effort that's gone into making this happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just second that and add that the Assistant City Attorney's explanation in response to Councilmember Burt's questions about the reversionary interest in the easement and the explanation just now about the very, very low risk any liability to the city is part of why I support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions that Councilmember Byrd had made. I had the same, and I hear the answer. I think the main thing is that the that easement reverts back, which our city attorney mentioned is the most important to make sure that it's maintained intact. I will be consistent with my previous vote of a no for this, because I really do not believe that we did have the findings for the variance rule. And looking at slide number 3, in a residential zone for excavation in such a large area to be outside of the structure of the building itself, that's uncalled for. And there's huge issues with our environment when that happens as well, with the loss of soil, loss of trees, mature trees for the matter. And I see this as a continuance of the giveaways, and we have definitely not clawed back enough benefits for our community. So I will not be supporting this, as I did not support it either in earlier when it came to council.
Vice Mayor Lau.
Thank you. To state a couple of facts, I think that, first of all, in the whole process, there were a boatload of variances that were given to the Castalia School in the context, and the council approved that. I think that's a fact. Was this project controversial? We know that's a fact. Tonight, however, we're just addressing not all of that, fortunately or unfortunately, but we're addressing the narrow thing of the easement. So in that regard, I had two follow-up questions that have not been asked. One is, could you staff comment on that $1,832 for the easement? Is that in the chart of expenses? Is it the building permit relative to the issue raised by the public of neutral costs? Where does that number come from?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. So that's in the muni fee schedule. So this applicant applied in fiscal year 2023. So it's based on the fiscal year 2023 municipal fee schedule.
Okay. And my next question, I may be colored by some very recent personal experience, and perhaps when I tell you what that is, the word color is not such a good word. My house is on the 100 side of the risk level, and this project's going to be on the 10 side. And I spent New Year's for about 2 weeks doing a disaster recovery because my pipe broke loose, the main. And now it was very expensive just in a home. It was almost $20,000. So I guess my question is, we know it's probably not going to happen in the short term, but sometime it's going to happen. So my question is, I mean, you haven't quantified what the range of expense should be, but my question is, since you're not worried about it, and probably the school isn't worried about it, why don't we just have them indemnify us? In other words, they pick up the costs if that happens.
I would defer to council. I mean, from a technical matter, it's the infrastructure itself is pretty solid. And I think that the risks of an SSO, which would be sort of the primary thing that I would worry about from an environmental impact standpoint, are fairly limited, only because A, the pipeline itself is watertight, and then B, there's fairly limited sort of contribution to it. So is it possible that it could happen? Yeah, again, it is possible, but I don't know. I think that that's also, I mean, we maintain sewers throughout the whole city, and that happens everywhere we go. So this isn't an unusual risk for us. This is something, and we have sewers and easements all over the place. If I guess my comment is really more related to the fact that this is very typical for what we do, and there's nothing unusual here at all, and so not worthy of something unusual other than our standard practice.
Yeah, I guess my thought on that, thank you. I guess my thought on that is that since nobody's worried about it, nobody should be worried about indemnifying. So why don't we just have Castalia do that? So
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Go ahead.
if I may, Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney, a couple of clarifications and then additional response. So Mr. Zuka mentioned SSO as a risk. Sanitary sewer overflow basically is a regulatory risk.
Can you get a little bit closer to the mic?
Sure. Mr. Zuka mentioned a term SSO, stands for sanitary sewer overflow. And what that is essentially a regulatory risk. If we allow untreated wastewater to be discharged, we can face penalties from the Regional Water Board. So that is a kind of risk. As Mr. Zuka mentioned, that he views that as a very low risk based on the condition of the main, and then also the location, the amount of wastewater that will be traveling through this line. Other risk is just damage to the facility. And the city, as the owner of that property, that sewer line, has the right to seek recovery from anyone who causes damage to it under state law, under the civil code. So we don't view, So we have that ability regardless of what the easement says. The term indemnity, I think is not exactly the right term for what you're describing. Indemnity is damage or damages caused by a non-party to the agreement. But again, if someone else, right, someone not Casti, construction contractor, what have you, were to cause damage to the city's line, the city already has legal remedies to pursue against that entity, whoever that may be, for cost of repairs.
What comment of mine were you addressing other than my incorrect indemnity?
Oh, so we have that. We have those. We have legal remedies in place under state law to address the risks that you described in favor of requiring an indemnity. So I guess the answer is, in our view, it's unnecessary.
Is there something other than indemnity would be, we have a lot of attorneys up here. I'm not one of them. So
Sure.
it'd be just sort of cost recovery.
So the other
cost
potential
recovery of the problem?
concepts, and I think Ms. Councilmember Burt mentioned it, would be a hold harmless, which is that if the city were to cause damage to somebody else because it has a sewer line, so if the city's sewer line and we weren't doing something right, we did not properly maintain it, and it leaked and it caused damage, if we could ask Castellea to hold us harmless for that damage, they would not look to us for recovery because our sewer line failed. That would be kind of indemnity's cousin, right? A hold harmless. That's not something we require generally when we have a public utility easement across private property. And so, you know, for example, if we were to look at pull up our form public utility easement grant that we use routinely for any number of public utility easements across the city, we do not require that of property owners.
So this would be an unusual requirement for, even though it's
yes,
private, not
yes,
commercial.
That's right.
The lights. Just kind of following up on that exchange with the vice mayor. Could there be any reason that the location of the sewer line, given the 2 to 3 feet clearance, would make it more difficult to maintain the sewer line because of that location, which might make it more likely that the city would not be able to maintain it like we would other sewer lines around the city?
No, our maintenance typically involves cleaning and flushing, and we access that, the main through the manholes. So really, the clearances would only come into play if we ever needed to replace sections of main. That clearance was, incorporated by design at utilities request to provide us with sufficient clearance to be able to accommodate any kind of future construction. So I would say that was taken into account in the design.
Okay, thank you. And I guess staff agreement, is the applicant here being treated the same as any other applicant would in a similar circumstance?
Yeah, from my perspective, this is, a project that, again, if we were to draw it up from whole cloth, this isn't necessarily how we'd want to design it, but we're solving for a problem here. And this is a perfectly acceptable solution from a utility standpoint, both from a maintenance perspective and doesn't deviate at all from sort of what I would, see elsewhere in the collection system.
Okay, thank you. And for me, I'm not an expert, obviously, in sewer lines. I got to rely on our utility experts. If you're comfortable with this, and the city attorney's office made me comfortable as well, given the provisions within state and local law that do protect us. I am uncomfortable saying if it's our fault, we're going to have somebody else pay for it, whether that's Castellea or any applicant within the city. That just doesn't strike me as a fair thing to do. All my other issues were addressed regarding that piece and the issue of the easement reverting back to the city. So, any other comments? Seeing none, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, thank you. We will take a 10-minute break now. We'll come back at 7:35 to convene and take on action item number 12. Item 12. Everyone can please take their seats. Item 12 is reviewing and accepting the fiscal year 2025 to 2034 long-range financial forecast and fiscal year 2025 budget development guidelines as recommended by the Finance Committee. I believe staff has a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. Kylie Noze, Assistant City Manager. As the mayor alluded to, this item has gone to the Finance Committee and did receive unanimous approval. So by council's standards, this would typically go on consent. However, given the magnitude of this item and the interest, frankly, for the full council and community at large, we do typically put this on as an action item for a robust discussion. I'll turn it over to Paul Harper, Budget Manager, to make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. We can go on to slide 2. So overall, the economy, particularly the local economy, has remained resilient over the past few quarters. The previously projected recession never really materialized. However, inflation has continued to remain high. Current projections estimate a period of economic stagnation over the next several quarters, followed by a return to normalized growth trends. And consistent with the 2-year budget strategy that we presented during the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 budget, this long-range forecast projects deficits in the near term. Revenue approved by voters last year for the business tax and the gas equity transfer have been incorporated into the 10-year outlook. And expense projections are based on current approved service levels with estimated cost increases for salary and benefits, contracts, and other non-salary expenditure categories. As a reminder, the uncertainty reserve was established to fund shortfalls through 2025, and it currently has about $10.1 million remaining in it to solve the fiscal year 25 deficit and fund items that were deferred as part of the 2024 adopted budget. We anticipate returning with those as part of mid-year in a couple weeks. In addition, the BSR is still recommended at the 20% level to keep funding available for one-time needs. Lastly, based on current projections, major tax revenue is trending higher than budget, and a surplus of approximately $3.4 million is anticipated in fiscal year 2024. Expenses are currently tracking at budgeted levels. Staff will also return with this as part of mid-year to review changes needed as a result of projections for both revenues and expenditures. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the base case forecast for the fiscal year 2025 through 2034 forecast. The term base case is used to distinguish these numbers from the alternate scenarios that will be discussed a little later. Also, these are the numbers that would be used as the base to start building the fiscal year 2025 budget. At the top of the slide, this table shows general fund revenues and expenditures by fiscal year, starting with fiscal year 2023 actuals on the left, fiscal year 2024 adopted numbers and current projections in the next 2 columns to the right, and then estimates from 2025 through 2034 in the remaining columns. At a high level, expenses are exceeding revenues through fiscal year 2029. However, the gap is shrinking each year that you progress through the forecast. As shown at the bottom of the table, one-time gap in 2025 of about $6 million is 0 when using the uncertainty reserve. However, this means that any additional services or programs could cause the gap to grow in 2025 and beyond. So staff will continue to work with council to look for one-time funding solutions to bridge these gaps, as well as continuing to revise revenue projections as more information becomes available. On the revenue side of the forecast, major tax revenues make up approximately 60% of the general fund resources, with property tax and sales tax being the 2 biggest contributors. Currently, revenue from property tax and sales tax and utility users tax are anticipated to exceed current budget in 2024, slightly offset by decreases in documented transfer tax and TOT. This is what makes up the $3.4 million projected surplus in 2024 at this point. Next slide, please. On the expense side of the forecast, costs for current service levels have been assumed with increases for salary and benefits based on labor negotiations through the end of 2025. A 2% annual increase is included for all employees starting in 2026 as a forecasted assumption. This is not a commitment to future negotiations. Also, a reserve has been included for potential changes to future labor costs, including changes in vacancy rates, labor and benefit rate variability, and inflation assumptions. The budget includes vacancy savings that are expected to materialize as positions are vacated and new employees are hired. We will discuss more about vacancy savings a little later in the presentation. Also, costs for large contracts that have been approved by council, such as the custodial contract and the landscaping contract, are in line with the contract terms and then increased by a standard 4% CPI annually. Costs for other non-salary expenditures are also increased by a general 4% CPI. These estimates will be replaced by actual budget requests from departments as part of the budget process. Along with the expense estimates in the long-range forecast, there are several assumptions that are not included. These are typically referred to as known unknowns. These are items that are potentially future needs, but the total scope or costs have not been fully defined, or council needs to provide direction to augment service levels through the budget process to include them in the forecast. Lastly, the limited term programs listed on here are to inform council that based on current direction, i.e. only approving things through current service levels, these programs will need additional resources to continue them beyond what has been approved, and those costs are not currently included in the forecast numbers. Next slide, please. These next two slides in the presentation include the alternative scenarios to the base case. These alternatives were modeled separately. However, they could both occur simultaneously in the future. We just showed them separately to show the individual impacts of them. This first scenario shows the impact of a 1% loss of economically sensitive revenue, including major taxes, charges for services, and permits and licenses. As compared to the base case, the scenario reduces overall revenues by about 2.1 million in fiscal year 2025 and increases the projected shortfalls through 2029. Similar to the base case, though, the forecast begins to show a surplus in fiscal year 30. Next slide, please. The second scenario shows the impact of a 1% compensation adjustment in fiscal year 2026. So this is following the sunset of the current labor agreements. As compared to the base case, the scenario increases overall expenses by 1.2 million in 2026 and increases the projected shortfalls through 2029. However, again, 2030 appears to be the year where everything turns around and we exceed our expenses with our revenues. Next slide. So attachment B of this report includes the fiscal year 25 budget development guidelines. These are brought forward each year to help in the developing of the upcoming budget. A few of them to highlight are developing a structurally balanced budget that aligns ongoing revenues and expenses, examining appropriate use of surplus funds, reviewing allocations for city council identified priorities, exploring alternative service delivery to maximize the effective use of resources, expanding or adding new revenue sources, and continuing to proactively fund long-term liabilities. Next slide. Attachment E of the Finance Committee report included a response to the City Council referral to consider pegging the HISRAP or Human Services Resource Allocation process to a benchmark. The one that was suggested was 1% of the general fund budget. As part of this review, staff confirmed that previous allocations have not been approved to be tied to the general fund budget. Rather, allocations have been updated based on CPI or direct allocation as funding was available. Finance Committee recommended to continue the discussion of this item in February for consideration as part of the 2025 budget process. Next slide. As part of the discussion, the Finance Committee requested additional information on several items. These can be found in attachment C of the memo and are highlighted in the next two slides. They include the oh, sorry, my iPad has low battery. 1 second. Variability of long-range assumptions versus actual results, historical vacancy analysis, and historical funding from grants and other agencies. For the first one, in April 2022, the Office of the City Auditor completed an audit of the city's long-term financial planning model and found that the city's process uses reliable information for assumptions and aligns with best practices for financial forecasting. For vacancy rate analysis, the current vacancy rate that was used as part of the forecast is approximately 13.5%. As part of this forecast, we did revise our vacancy rate in the general fund from what we've used 3% in the past up to 5%. This resulted in about $2 million of additional savings annually. Consistent with past practice, the vacancy assumptions are lower than the actual vacancy rate to allow departments to use those savings for other staffing strategies. such as filling gaps by contracting for professional services. As you can see in the chart, the historical vacancy levels averaged around 13% over the past 5 years, and total vacancy savings each year is about 1.5 million, above what was forecasted with a 3% vacancy factor. All in all, increasing the vacancy factor to 5% may eliminate the additional vacancy savings and may limit the ability of departments to use the vacancy savings throughout the year to deliver services through other staffing strategies. Next slide. Over the past 5 years, grants and funding from other agencies have been used to support programs in the general fund and for capital projects. In the general fund, these were generally for one-time needs for programs and services that were previously not funded, or funds to support the city's economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In the capital improvement fund, funding was mainly used for transportation-related projects, street maintenance, the Roth building rehabilitation, and then the rebuilding of the Junior Museum and Zoo. Next slide. So in summary, this forecast recognizes revenue trends that are consistent with economic stagnation followed by growth. The forecast is consistent with the 2-year budgeting strategy initiated in the current year budget adoption. It invests in key priorities and urgent needs. It recognizes that alternative scenarios may increase projected shortfalls, and it identifies the uncertainty reserve and one-time surpluses as necessary to manage near-term financial stability and priority investments. Next steps that are coming up are the mid-year review in February, which will include additional investments in key resources and review of objectives that were deferred by the City Council during the adoption of the 2024 budget. Lastly, the review of the 25 proposed budget will begin with the Finance Committee in May. Next slide. Lastly, the recommended action this evening is to accept the long-range financial forecast and the budget development guidelines and direct staff to use this forecast as a starting point for the fiscal year 2025 budget process. That concludes our presentation, and we're here to answer questions.
Great, thank you. I believe, turn over to the Chair of Finance if Councilmember Burt has anything he'd like to add.
Thank you. I'll have some questions later after speakers go on, but I wanted to just kind of share some framing of how we look at these long-range financial forecasts. And my experience is that they are almost always show deficits in outlying years in the long-range forecast. And yet, as we move forward, we end up having balanced budgets. And that's because a combination of factors. We budget conservatively, deliberately so. And so more often than not, the revenues come in higher than projected and expenses a bit lower, but not always. And so we just want to bear in mind that when we see a long-range deficit, it doesn't mean that's what we're going to have, because when we do budgets, we are obligated to do a balanced budget, which we do every year. And then at the end of the year, we have adjustments. We budget for a certain amount balanced, and then we will either have a net revenues above expenses at the end of the year, or we'll have a deficit. We have our budget stabilization reserve, which is projected here to stay at 20%, which is above our council adopted target range at 18.5%. So that's another conservative approach. But I just want to also remind everyone of what happens at the end of the year if in most years we have revenues exceeding budgeted expenses. And that is that we have certain baseline investments that we do in infrastructure and in our unfunded pension liability. And but those budgeted expenses are really not adequate. They don't meet our infrastructure needs. They don't pay down our unfunded pension liability quickly enough. But most years we have additional funds by design. We don't know what they'll be, but we anticipate it's more likely that we'll have a surplus than a deficit but it doesn't end up being a surplus. We then put those funds in those underfunded categories. And so the notion that we have massive surpluses is really not correct. What we are able to do in those years is increase our investments in unfunded pension liabilities, which we also get called out on for having a large unfunded pension liability. So those are kind of things that we go through every single year. I feel pretty good about what's on the horizon here. As our staff noted, for instance, 2025 is projected to have a 1% decline in revenue. And that's, if I recall correctly, it was really based upon anticipating that in that fiscal year, we could have a recession. That looks less likely now. Sooner or later, we will have a recession. We just don't know when that is going to be, and it doesn't look as likely now as we thought it did earlier in the year. So those are all kind of the factors that we look at in the forecast. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And let's then go to public comment. We'll come back to council.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
You know, I think I took my name off, but my main concern was, and I think Councilmember Burt covered it, is that, you know, we have that $55 million unfunded PERS debt that we've got. And I think that we overpay management people like Ed Shikata that, in my estimation, continue to milk the city for bigger and bigger raises every year. We have to put a cap on folks like Shikata that, in my estimation, I've repeated that multiple times, is the guy that doesn't respect transparency at all, makes it difficult for the city to exist. And yet he, you know, speaks gloriously about the city, but he doesn't want to sacrifice his $500,000 salary and benefits and huge down payment towards the home. So let's try to be more creative in reducing the salaries of the command staff members of the Palo Alto Police Department and other overpaid executives, where we could recruit younger, more capable people who would be willing to start at a much more reasonable rate, and we can start to pay that $55 million PERS debt down so that the future generations have something to look forward to in terms of services, and we don't have a bankrupt city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is IFQ. IFQ, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak to action item 12.
Take on the action item. I meant I'm talking later.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on action item 12.
Thank you. We'll bring you back to council for discussion. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for pulling this together. And as a member of the Finance Committee, it's nice to see it a second time around. I want to thank Ms. Nozay, Mr. Harper, and Ms. Duchamps, and the remainder of your colleagues who don't get to come forward and present. This represents a tremendous amount of work. I also appreciate Councilmember Burt's contextualizing what the long-range financial forecast is. And certainly as a first-year Finance Committee member, it gave me a lot of clarity, really to accept, I think, as you put it, colleague, there just needs to be a whole lot of humility around a long-range financial forecast. This is the best we're able to do. And there are all these variables, and that becomes a reference point from which we move. That's what you said at Finance, and it really gave me a lot of reassurance. I would like staff to clarify a couple of things tonight. One is regarding HISRAP and one is regarding the limited term programs that were on one of your slides. Regarding the limited term programs, you listed on slide 4, you listed PERT, PA Link, Downtown Streets Team, and Project Home Key. But at the Finance Committee, you listed actually 9 different limited term programs: SCAP, Grade SEP, city-owned assets operated by nonprofits, Carberly Capital, PERT, Link, Downtown Streets Team, Fleet Electrification, and HISRAP. So I'm wondering if Mr. Harper is looking perplexed, so it may be me, I might be the one to have it wrong. I'm wondering what changed. So these were very important things, and we were told they've been highlighted in order to have this dialogue to help the committee and finance to help the council and finance make more informed decisions. It's intended to inform policy decisions. They're not on the chopping block, but we want you to be aware that in order to continue, 2 things have to happen. And then you told us, you know, that we have to have an action to continue them and the financial impact of these things changing and shaping the few years beyond. So has the list changed?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I think this gives staff an opportunity to clarify. There are perhaps 2 lists. A list of assumptions, a macro list, which is a list of assumptions not included in the forecast. And a subcomponent of that list are some of those limited term items. So in the packet this evening, if you start on packet page 238, you'll see a multi-page list of assumptions that are not included in the forecast. That includes, like you identified, SCAP, future labor negotiations, any price escalations in capital infrastructure, grade separation, and the like. As you continue through that list and go to packet page 241, one of the items, as you identified appropriately, is those limited term items. So those items that perhaps we have funding for a short period of time, but it doesn't extend throughout the forecast. And that will be a policy decision ultimately for the council as a body as we move through the budget process. And that list includes sub items like PERT, which we have funding through 2027, PA Link, which we have funding, I believe, that's partially funded through FY 2025. We kind of go through each of those individual sub-programs that might sunset over whatever the current authorized period of time is. So I think we perhaps in our PowerPoint have smushed this together, creating some confusion. I think there's both. And the list has not changed from December till today.
Okay, I think attachment A is the Finance Committee staff report. And then what was in the staff report for this meeting does contain a much smaller number of things. So you're saying there's apples and then there's types of apples.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my second question is regarding HISRAP. I anticipated that we would talk about the extent to which council wants to augment the HISRAP funds, tie the HISRAP funds to some percentage of the general fund, but I think I heard Mr. Harper say that HISRAP will be discussed with council in February. So does that mean it's not valuable to talk about, to have that conversation tonight?
Sure. The Finance Committee's referral to staff was to continue the item with the Finance Committee in the new fiscal year, calendar year. My bad. Meaning February of 2024 would be the soonest staff could resume that conversation with the Finance Committee. Knowing that we have that item on the docket in the tentative work plan for the Finance Committee as we approach the February-March timeframe of this year, if the council as a body has kind of feedback that you wish your colleagues to hear as they consider that item, obviously that's something at your pleasure that you can have that dialogue this evening, but know as a governing body, your Finance Committee will review this and then their recommendation will come back to the council for approval.
Okay, I see that I'm over time. I'll stop. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you very much. I really think this is a first-rate staff report, and I thank the staff, but I also thank the council members who are on the Finance Committee for their good work to feed into that as well. So I'm just really pleased with what we got to look at. There's very good data, there's very good analysis, and a lot of detail. So don't have to ask a lot of questions for us to kind of make our decisions here. And I think that's great. And lastly, I appreciate this coming back to council, even though it's not by policy, something that has to be done, because it's only crucial stuff. So thanks for that. I want to pick up on the assumptions not included. And I understand that list was definitely not meant to be comprehensive. One of the big ones that wasn't there is the affordable housing that we have to address very seriously. But I bring that up now in the context of next week, because next week at this time, we're going to be discussing what's our strategy. And perhaps more than many other years, the cost of all the big things that we have to do could really impact the prioritization of the strategy. And it definitely will impact the chosen timing of the strategy. So when we have things like, as I recall, about 500 million budgeted for essentially sustainability, but in utilities, and we need maybe that much for affordable housing and so on. One of the things that comes to my mind is ultimately is how much capacity do we even have in the financial markets to actually borrow enough. Sorry again for my voice. And the second thing is we have to also speak to the voters and see what their tolerance is for that. And that translates into what we can execute on. So I think this becomes a really important issue to discuss next week, not just the next time that we get this report back. I'm pleased with and support the 25 budget development guidelines. I particularly like 3, 5, and 8, but 3 and 5, maybe in that order. The first one is essentially what I just said, is we have to be very serious about prioritizing our funding needs. We can't fund everything. And we all have to understand that up here, 7 of us, and then 70,000 of us that are out in the community. The other thing I really salute is to explore the alternative service delivery models and just wonder as we go forward if it makes sense to actually set that up as some specific objective, like make sure we set up 2 of those in the next fiscal year to basically offset costs, but also to involve really good partners for the city. And then lastly, I just hope we are very disciplined about item number 8, so that, we want to offset terminations or augmentations for, if we're going to add more hires, for example, maybe there's some places that we're heavy. And that's there, so I salute that. I just hope that we have the discipline to execute on that. So, very good report. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, and thank you, Mr. Harper, for your presentation, and Assistant City Manager Nozay, and to my colleagues on the Finance Committee who asked questions about it, the long-range financial forecast, and then staff returning with more information for us tonight. It's tremendously helpful to those of us who have not served on the Finance Committee. Just a couple of questions for the moment. I was pleased to see that, while we started with the base case that's been recommended to us for use, and you provided a couple of alternate scenarios. And while they're less good cases than the base case, they still have a surplus in 2030 and beyond. So that's reassuring. My question is, in looking at the shortfall in 2025 and up through 29, in the staff report, there was discussion. I actually went back and read the Finance Committee report too, so I'm now not sure which was in which. There was a lot of overlap, but there was some comments about the economy and economic forecasting, and talked about the recession that isn't, we hope, or looks like it isn't and isn't going to be. And Councilmember Byrd alluded to that in his comments. And I'm wondering, has that in fact been factored in at all, that we no longer expect? Oh, Mr. Burt,
if I might state,
please.
I realize now that I misspoke on the basis for the decline in revenue in 2025. It's because of 2 different one-time revenues expiring, basically. So it's not because of anticipated recession. I apologize.
Okay. I'm seeing nods from our assistant city manager. Okay, great. But one thing I was curious about, so for example, even in the base case, the 2025 shortfall of 6 million that's projected, and that's going to be covered by the uncertainty reserve. How big is the uncertainty reserve? I didn't see any reference to that in the staff report.
So the uncertainty reserve started with 14 million, and then we used about 3.9 million of it to fund or to balance 2024. So there's about 10.1 million remaining. We had anticipated setting aside about 1.1 million of that for those items that were deferred from the 24 budget to fund them in mid-year. So you're left with about 9. So if you use that to cover your 6, you're at about 3 left over.
Yeah, so we will have drawn it down pretty substantially, but it's there and available. Okay, that's helpful. And then my other question related to slide 10, which again, in response to information requested by the Finance Committee. There's information about grants and funding from other agencies. And there are sources named below the chart there, but what's interesting to me is that the funding jumps up substantially in 22 and 23 from prior years, specifically for the general fund. Can you just give me an idea? Were there a couple big things that happened out of that long list? And if so, what are they?
Yeah, the main one in there would be the ARPA funding that came in to offset the COVID
sure.
deficits. So that's the main large one that came in.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful for context. Okay, I do still have a little bit of time. One other question. Oh, this is just a small question, but I'm curious about it. On page 224 of the packet, there's a chart with respect to the capital improvement fund, and talks about the amounts there that total 50.5 million over the 5 years shown do not include reappropriations. I'm wondering why not? Because is that just getting the money out appropriated a second time? And if so, don't we have it?
Yes. So reappropriations is the movement of funding from one year to the next. That wasn't, council has to approve that to happen each year. And so we didn't want to essentially double count the money to show that if you were awarded something in year 1 and you didn't actually do the project and you moved it to year 2, you weren't double counting that money.
Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Because I haven't been on finance, had the wrong idea about what reappropriations are. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate this. The Finance Committee's recommendations about using the base case make good sense to me. This looks good, represents a lot of work. There's one X factor that I'm an optimist, and it doesn't keep me from supporting what's in front of us, but I just want to mention, which is, this is a presidential election year. And depending on what happens in November, things could look very different next year. So it'll be an interesting year to kind of watch the markets, the economy in this country and the world, but there's no way to really accurately predict that because there's sort of a fork in the road coming up. So anyway, thank you so much for your work.
Councilmember Coop.
I want to thank staff, also to the Finance Committee for all the work of vetting all of this, and also all the recommendations you guys made, and getting more information for us to look at too. I really like the development guidelines that you've put forward. And then also with the assumptions that are not included in the forecast, I'm gathering what Chair Burt said is that while we do have the balanced budget, that revenues can come in a little bit higher sometimes. So is that what is being used in order to ensure that we do come up and that we are able to fund all of these assumptions that are not in the forecast?
Let me take a stab at this and ask Paul to help me. I think the approach to dealing with the items not included in the forecast and funding them in the future have a variety of ways in which the council and the community ultimately will choose to fund them. Some of the items are significant. As Vice Mayor Lowing just noted, affordable housing is one of them. You know, this forecast has Measure K that the voters recently approved, but that has a very tiny amount of funding for affordable housing and unhoused services that will be insignificant in terms of being able to meet all of the investments that we would like to make. So I think how we move through funding anything on the assumptions not included is going to really depend on the actual expense and how we may generate funds for that, seek grant funding for that, or prioritize within our existing resources those investments over time. To kind of take that conversation with what Councilmember Burt was saying, this forecast is a plan and it provides a static point in time, but ultimately the council annually by charge has an adopted balanced budget. So regardless of if you show a deficit in any given year or a surplus in any future year, the council is part of your annual process of priority setting and allocation of funds. You make adjustments to those revenues and expenses to bring yourself in line. What this forecast does is shows you if you changed nothing, where would we be? So it's really used to inform the council as you're making policy decisions, frankly, on any given Monday night, but especially as we are embarking on budget season, so that you have a sense of if we were to change nothing, here's where we are. And now we're going to make a bunch of policy decisions on investments and priorities. And so that's going to materially change not only next year, but ultimately if they're ongoing investments, the next decades of years. So it is really an informative planning tool. And I think in terms of those items not included, it's our way of highlighting where this forecast falls short, because we know we don't know everything. And so I think we are unable to identify a silver bullet in terms of how we are going to fund each of those items.
Yeah, there's, of course, increasing wages, and we have some really huge community projects that are coming through. So
exactly,
it's
we likely don't have the resources to fund at present to fund everything on that list unless we seriously reconsidered how we invest currently.
In moving forward with future discussions also with the Finance Committee, I think one of the areas that I have a huge concern about is fire stations, which doesn't have water. So love to be able to reassure the community that each of our fire stations that is operating does have an engine that can that holds water. So if that's something that can be reexamined to see for long term, you know, in this long range, but also into next year, how we can make sure that there is water at each of our fire stations. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Oh, can you guys hear me now? Yeah. Can staff bring up the slide that has the base case forecast, please? The clerk or someone. Maybe as they do that, I don't know if staff's been following, but at least in the tech sectors, there's been quite a few layoffs continued, even from companies like Google, Facebook. So hopefully that's been factored in because some of our residents have been hurting. Okay, so yeah, thank you for this. So I was looking at the total expenditures, the year-over-year increase for the forecast year. So it goes from like in 2025, 0.8%, and then 4.5, 3.4, et cetera. So low single-digit increases. And I would actually like that to be true. But if you look at, just for instance, let's say the projected 2024 versus the actual 2023, so year over year. So that is almost 280 million and divide it by 243, that's about a 13% increase right there, which is far, far higher. I mean, so this is like the actual, it's far, far higher. The actual expenditures are far, far higher than the projected. You know, that's double digit, right? And what we're seeing here, like the first in 2025 is 0.8. So, and I started going back at and looking at some of the prior budgets, and we've always had these, you know, rather large percentage increase, usually double digit increases. And yet I look at this long range financial forecast, and it has, you know, numbers that actually I would actually like to see, where we actually have these low single digit increases. But that's not what's been happening over the past few years. And so I'm really concerned about how realistic this is in terms of reflecting what's going on, because, you know, there's been a lot of inflation. Employee groups have demanded a lot of raises, and we've been pretty much giving it to them. And so I don't know how realistic it is that, you know, we suddenly go from 13% year over year down to 0.8%, right? I don't know. I don't think anyone's only going to get a 0.8% raise. So I think there's some issues with this. But, you know, if that was the only issue, maybe we don't have to worry so much. But if we also look at the fact that you know, 2025, we're going to be $6 million in the hole. 2026, that's another $5.4 million in the hole, right? And, you know, all the way up to 2029, even with these super optimistic like low year-over-year increase of expenditures, which I think are completely unrealistic, way, way lower than what we've been doing, especially the past few years in terms of our expenditures. It's concerning to me. Now we could just say, well, we always balance our budget, we don't have to worry, this and that. But, you know, as stewards of our taxpayer dollars here, I think that we need to think about this, right? If in the most rosy of conditions, which is that, you know, we don't give humongous raises, which we've pretty much been doing, then we're still showing a deficit here. You know, we have a problem here. So at the highest level of our long range financial forecast, it's not good, right? We have unrealistically low percentage of increases on the expenditures, yet we still can't stay positive here. So I'm concerned. I think that, you know, I understand we're going to do what it takes to balance our budget because we have to, and that probably means drawing down. Because I was looking at the BSR, it went from, in 2023, in June 2023, it was 61 million, and now in June 2024, 1 year later, it's about, you know, I guess $8 million lower now. So, and so I just wonder, what are we doing to our future in terms of, and I know we have also the uncertainty reserve, but we're burning through our cash quickly. And to have a long range financial plan that shows us being like in a negative, in the red for the next, you know, 4 or 5 years with a super rosy expenditure forecast is scary to me, especially given that a lot of people in tech in our community are tightening their belts. They're not getting raises, they're getting layoffs. So I'm concerned about this forecast.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, first, I maybe should follow up on Councilmember Tanaka's comments. To correct for the record, we do not usually have double-digit increases in revenue projected, nor expenses. What we had was this last year, we had a double-digit change, and that was really from applying the surpluses from the prior year to help restore the balance of the services that were cut during COVID. And, but could staff, I see we lost Councilmember Tanaka, so he won't be able to hear this, but could staff just review the basis for the what we actually have on slide 3, a graph as well that shows a net operating margin going from slightly negative to very positive after FY 23. And is that because of the changes in our PERS obligations or other reasons?
Councilmember, do you mean 2030?
I'm sorry, did I misspeak? Yeah, 2030 I meant.
I think a few things. Yes, we do have the amortization of some of the bases of our CalPERS, lots of jargon for saying we have a mortgage every year, and sometimes your mortgage is bigger in one year than the other based on your investment earnings. And so when you pay off that, your mortgage sunsets, you no longer have that cost, right? So you have a 30-year liability. In year 31, all of a sudden you don't need to pay it anymore. So to Councilmember Burt's point, your expenses can lower when we're looking into those years of the forecast. I wouldn't peg it to that, but I think it is a contributing factor. To your point, Councilmember Burt, I also think as we get further out in the forecast, we are really making average estimates of increases that are far less sophisticated than the first few years of the forecast, just because we have better data for the first few years. So when you're looking at 2030, you're really looking at, CPI increases as opposed to educated, actuarial numbers.
Well, I think it would be useful, maybe at finance, we can flush out what really is the basis for that projected surplus after FY 2030. And then a question, and first I want to say thanks to staff because the Finance Committee had a number of follow-up questions, and those are all addressed in the staff report here. One of them had to do with grant funding, and that's on staff report page 4. I'm not clear whether we project grant funding that we don't have in hand. Is that built into the budget?
We typically do not project grant funding that we don't have in hand, just because we don't want to kind of get out in front of ourselves and assume things that we haven't received. I will say on the capital side, we sometimes anticipate funding coming in. So on that page, you'll also see the Measure B and the Measure K assumptions we've made for some of the transportation-related projects. Those are a little bit more optimistic than I think we usually do because I don't think we have a piece of paper in hand saying we'll get that money in specifically, but for the most part, no, we don't anticipate revenues that we haven't.
And I'll note when we get grant funding, it's often tied to doing something that we don't already have in the budget, but not always. And particularly on the operating grant funds, it's a combination. As I look at some of those uses of those grants, we had Stanford supporting the Palo Alto Link program, but that was in order to expand the Link program into the research park, for example. So that was kind of a one-for-one offset. But there are other things where it actually will mitigate our expenses in those outlying years. So that's another way that we're conservative. We're not projecting grants that we don't have, and in some cases, we don't even know what they might be. And so we can't really put them in, but it's good to bear in mind that they're out there. And then we also asked for just kind of to see how we've done on comparing our revenue forecasts versus what has occurred over the previous, or the 5-year period. It was from 2016 to 2020. It was a 9% difference, but that didn't clarify whether that was 9% on either side of the revenue, or was it typically, or up to 9%, I should say, on the upside, which I think is what occurred in that time frame. But the staff report didn't say that.
Could you give us the page number reference on that one?
Well, that
just
would
so we
be
can follow?
page 4 under Economic Advisory Report. It says the OCA results indicated the city was able to forecast revenues at no more than 9% difference from the original estimates over a 5-year period, 2016 to 2020.
Got it.
But my recollection is we were exceeding revenue projections maybe every of those years. And so when we put that in the report, we should be clear that we were conservative. That won't always be the case, but it didn't go plus or minus on our projections. We were always projecting below what came in revenues, sometimes up to 9%, which is a big number. And then let's see, nope, I think that covers all my questions and comments. Thank you.
And Councilmember Burt, just to confirm, yes, that is pensions in 2030. Actually, right about 2029, 2030, depending on the pension plan. Our percentage of payroll, so the cost of your pension as a percentage of payroll actually starts to decline.
That was my recollection. And that's a structural change. That's
correct.
Over the last 15 years, we had a massive increase, 15 or 20 years, in our PERS expenditures on a percentage of payroll. And that finally peaks and then goes down. And that's on a structural basis. That's not fluctuating. We can see it coming and plan for that. Thank you.
Mayor, could you have assistant manager repeat what you said about in 2030, the payroll structure?
Sure.
I got a little bit confused because your voice went down.
Oh, I
I'm sorry.
apologize, the microphone. So if council opens their, to packet page 265, it's best portrayed in a table on that page of the staff report, which shows both for the miscellaneous and safety retirement plans, the projected percentage of payroll that our pension costs will be. And you'll see that actually the miscellaneous plan is currently forecasted to peak in FY 2029 at 44.6% of payroll. And then it actually starts to decline from that level in 2030, 31 out to 34. And for safety, the peak is in 2029 as well, at 89.5% of payroll. And then it will decline to 88.5, 86.6, or 82.6. Now, these are forecasts. To Councilmember Burt's point, these are things that we can foresee, though there are assumptions behind them. So a big one, CalPERS needs to meet their rate of return. And every year that they don't, that can change these numbers. But we are tracking that on an annual basis, and this council can have confidence, again, as you've already discussed, that we are proactively working to pay down those pension liabilities even faster than CalPERS requires us to.
Thank you.
All right. Unfortunately, I had all my questions asked and answered during the Finance Committee and several questions here tonight. So I have nothing else I need to add. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It occurs to me that for many of us, our personal finances, I think for almost all of us, if not all of us, our personal finances are far less complex than that of a city. I'm really referring to the various reserve accounts, and I wonder, for the benefit of the public, Ms. Noza, you might just give us a brief tutorial on how the budget stabilization reserve that was in excess of what it's supposed to be meant we had to allocate funds to longer term capital things and Section 115 trust. And then there's the uncertainty reserve, which is a much shorter duration in time. We're meant to spend it down. It was there for a short period of time. Like, these are dials that we dial up to have protection in the event of shortfalls. But I think people may not understand and appreciate how they're used and why.
All right, I'm going to try and then Kylie can jump in. So at the end of the fiscal year, if we have excess money, we typically, as you mentioned, send it to either capital or the 115 pension trust fund in order to pay down those longer term liabilities. In 2023, the determination was to take some of that excess funding and also create an uncertainty reserve, because we saw that in the out years, we were going to have several years of deficits coming up. And so we said, instead of putting it all to capital or pension 115, or just keeping it in the BSR, we said, let's set aside this specific uncertainty reserve that we can tap into to cover the shortfalls. I think the difference between the uncertainty reserve and the BSR is, like you mentioned, the uncertainty reserve is really one time. And once we draw it down, unless council decides they want to add more money to it, it's going to go away. The BSR really is the fund balance or the ending dollars that you have at the end of the day in the general fund. And that fluctuates every year based on your budget, and trying to keep it at that 15 to 20% level. The 18.5% is what we try to shoot for. We've gone above that this year just to keep more money in the bank. But I think those are the two main reserves that we have right now. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure. And I guess the only thing I'll add on, as Mr. Harper just alluded to, the intention behind the uncertainty reserve was to acknowledge the period of transition that we were in. So it was never intended that this would be an ongoing thing. Whereas your BSR is really the reserve that you will use in the event of a disaster. If, you know, something were to happen, that's why that's there. Now, it's a policy call. We try to keep it in a range, as Paul identified, but, you know, based on government kind of standards and GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association recommendations, you know, organizations should keep a certain percentage of their operating expenses in reserve. And so that's how the council ultimately established that range. And those funds are fully at the discretion of the council, but are intended for, you know, perhaps more unforeseen uses.
See no other lights, we'll entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Lowry.
I move the council accept the FY 25-34 long-range financial forecast and the FY 2025 budget development guidelines as recommended by Finance Committee.
Second. Everybody's shy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lowry. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I did. I think we have all the information we need to make this call. We know it's a forecast, not a reality, and it isn't even the actual budget. So I'm very comfortable with it.
Great. Councilmember Koo.
I agree with Vice Mayor Lowing. No more comments.
Any discussion? Seeing no lights, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Wonderful. Thank you. That will move us to our last action item of the night, which is an update regarding state and federal legislation and approval of the annual legislative guidelines and legislative platform as recommended by the Policy and Service Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. And with me this evening, I have Ms. Carly Shoby from Townsend Public Affairs, and also online is Mr. Nicolo DeLuca. He should be there. Okay, there he is, as well as Joseph Mello from the DC office. So if the clerk can pull up the presentation. We have a very brief presentation for the council this evening. And regarding the legislative guidelines, I'm actually going to refer to your council packet. So if you can have that handy in case you have questions on that, that would be awesome. So next slide, please. Quickly today, our goal is twofold. One is to present to you the legislative guidelines for 2024, as well as to give you an update of where things are right now in Sacramento, as well as Washington, DC. So we'll start with the legislative guidelines. This is something the City Council adopts each year annually, and it morphs over time.
Our intention of the legislative guidelines is to capture the bulk of the council's interests regarding legislative affairs in order to give staff as well as your legislative advocates at Townsend Public Affairs enough guidance to be able to advocate on behalf of the city for things that are important to the city. This year's particular guidelines, we made updates to working with the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee, as well as Policy and Services Committee. We try to reflect recent city council actions that have taken place that showed a particular interest in a subject matter. And so you'll see a lot of track changes in the document, but overall the substance is relatively the same. So with that, I have a screenshot on the next page, but I'll just briefly breeze over the legislative guidelines and be open to questions when we get to that part. Next slide, please. So in the packet itself, this is on packet page 297. You'll see that we added additional text to explain what some of these overarching foundational principles are in your legislative guidelines. Previously, it had things like protect local revenue sources and prevent unfunded mandates. We just added more information about promoting local fiscal sustainability, seeking funding opportunities, and preserving local control. So the changes that you see reflected on that page are just adding context for the things that you've already done. Subsequently, there are sections throughout the document about transportation, climate and environment, financial, governance, transparency, human relations, as well as housing and public safety. So as you've gone through those items, if you do have any questions when we get to the end of this presentation, please let us know. But that just gives you a very high level of some of the changes that have been made from last year's legislative guidelines to this year. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Townsend team to give you a general update, and we'll come back to the recommendation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Carly Shelby with Townsend Public Affairs. As Chantel mentioned, I'm joined by my coworkers, Nicolo DeLuca and Joseph Mello, who's from our DC office, to offer any additional insights and answer any questions you may have. So our presentation, next slide, right, next slide, please. Sorry, I thought I had the clicker. Next slide, please. Okay, so our presentation will give a pretty high-level overview of where we are in the legislative session. We'll start with an overview of what we're seeing in 2024 at the state level, go into some anticipated issues, provide an overview of the state budget outlook, the federal appropriations outlook, and touch on our advocacy program for this year. Next slide, please. So the legislature reconvened January 3rd, meaning that we're only a few weeks into this new process. It's the second year of a two-year session, meaning a number of bills that were parked in various stages of the legislative process last year are eligible to move. So far, we've seen just a little under 200 new bill vehicles that have been introduced this year, with a number of proposals from last year moving through as well. Because it's so early in the process, I will preface that a lot of the themes and the anticipated issues that we'll discuss today are still in their spot or intent form, meaning that they lack substantive implementing language. So we are still working with authors' offices in the legislature to understand what their visions are for those proposals, but I may not be able to answer every single question until we have language on hand. The bill introduction deadline is February 16th. So most all new bill vehicles will be introduced in that final week, meaning that we'll see that process start to uptick soon. Next slide, please. So getting into some anticipated issues that we're seeing at the state level for this year, the theme that we're seeing is Bay Area transportation. Senate Bill 925 by Senator Wiener is the vehicle for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's revenue bond for transit in the Bay Area. Last year, we discussed this with the understanding that a member would be introducing a bill this session. While we still don't have tangible information about how much or how this would impact city residents in terms of increased taxation or the total amounts of the bond proposal. We are working with the author's office closely to learn more, and we'll share that as soon as we can. Senate Bill 926 by Senator Wahab is the bill vehicle which would require the consolidation of transit agencies located within MTC's jurisdiction to standardize things like transit rates and schedules. Once again, this is in its intent form, so we are also working with the author's office to learn more about their intent for this legislation. Next slide, please. Another area where we're seeing a lot of action this year is in the theft prevention and Proposition 47 reform space. So I kind of want to separate these two policy camps. One camp wants to enact constitutional reforms that would require voter approval via Prop 47 changes, and the other wants more tools and resources without reforms to Prop 47. So already there are close to 10 measures by different authors seeking to increase theft prevention resources, constituting changes to Prop 47. The two bills highlighted here on the left are two that have garnered a lot of media attention, despite them also not having substantive language added yet. I will note that Assemblymember McCarty, who is the author of AB 1794, is the new Assembly Public Safety Committee chair. So his proposal will be one to watch this year. On the other hand, the governor has indicated his support for theft prevention legislation, constitutional changes to Prop 47. So he recently called on the legislature to make reforms such as increasing penalties, bolstering law enforcement resources, and aggregating theft amounts, but without having to go to the ballot box. It's unclear which members will undertake this proposal and if it will be incorporated into one overarching proposal or numerous ones, but nevertheless, it signals the governor's appetite to support and act on the uptick in theft crimes. Next slide, please. Yet another topic this year is artificial intelligence regulations and reforms. Once again, a lot of these proposals are in their spot form, but there are some themes that have emerged, such as preventing digital replication of people and products to combat exploitation and scamming. We have identifying AI implementation via text screenings and pop-ups to also mitigate scamming threats. And then the state is really looking at instituting regulatory regimes and oversight agencies for AI tech within the state, and we're looking forward to those bill proposals. And then next slide, please. And then finally, as is no surprise, the legislature is once again looking at focusing on housing production and affordability. On the housing production side, we know that a budget bill from 2019 required HCD to compile a report on the methodology and processes by which the COGS and the state allocates RENA numbers. This report was due to the legislature by December 31st of 2023. We have not seen this report yet and what it could mean, but we do know that there's been focus on how RENA allocation numbers are allocated to various cities. And we're anticipating some bill proposals in this space this year. On housing affordability, we know that the legislature has really exhausted its actions on housing streamlining and zoning reforms, and now they're in the stage of waiting for developers to really utilize those tools. The focus now is on affordability, which could mean looking at issues such as impact and development fees, but also low-cost housing stock options, such as the development of ADUs. We don't have concrete bill proposals for this yet, but it points to a larger ongoing conversation about housing affordability this year. Next slide, please. So getting into the state budget outlook, the governor released his preliminary budget proposal on January 10th, which projected a $37.9 billion deficit, which contrasted with the identified $58+ billion deficit from the Legislative Analyst's Office. As we know, the state has a pretty progressive tax structure, meaning that a large share of our returns depend on how our high income earners do. So when they do well, when Silicon Valley does well, the state budget does well, but it kind of comes with a natural boom and bust cycle, which we're experiencing right now. 2 years ago, we had a $100 billion plus surplus, and now we're looking at a major multi-billion-dollar deficit. So the governor proposed strategies to mitigate deficit impacts, which included spending cuts, deferrals, shifts, and offsets to future bonds. The situation, I will say, is subject to change come April when we see additional tax receipts. And the release of this proposal is really just the kickoff of the negotiation process between the governor and the legislature. The Budget Act must be signed into law by July 1st, and then the amending process will likely continue into the summer months, which is what we've seen over the last few years. And we are working with city staff to identify funding priorities should there be any budget opportunities that arise. Next slide, please. So looking into the federal appropriations process, the process for approving this final tranche of appropriations bills at the federal level has been kicked down the line to March 1st and March 8th. They passed another two-step continuing resolution process to approve those appropriations bills. You'll remember that we have our earmark included in that package for the Buena Vista mobile home park upgrades, totaling $850,000. That is pending final approval. We're hoping that we can get there in March. The fiscal year 2025 process for community project requests has already started to kick off. So we are again working with city staff to identify priority projects and match them with those federal accounts to create compelling and competitive applications. And then next slide, please. So this is just kind of a snapshot of our advocacy program for 2024. We will continue to conduct regular check-in meetings with city staff. We are identifying legislative, budget, and grant funding priorities for this year. We will provide you all and staff with consistent reports and updates on priority issues. Just like what we're doing tonight, we have our legislative platform review and updates, and then advocacy trip planning. And then ongoing advocacy in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. on behalf of our priorities, budget requests, grant funding programs, and of course, relationship development with our delegation and new leadership. And that concludes my presentation.
And there's one more slide you can skip to ahead, Madam Clerk. One more. So as a reminder, our recommendation for action today is specifically to act upon the 2024 legislative guidelines. And of course, we'll take any questions on the general updates provided. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Shelby and the Townsend team for being here. It was nice seeing some of you in DC last week. It was a pleasure. And let's turn to then public comment.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
Okay, so a couple of questions that I'd like to put forward is one, is there additional legislation out there pending that would take more local control away from cities like Palo Alto that drag their feet in terms of putting together a housing element, on and on and on delays? And I guess one of the things would be is, do you foresee further expansion and more liberalizations of the builder's remedy, as an example, so that we can have contractors come in here and build, even 20-story buildings, so long as there are mitigators that would include further provisions for low and extremely low income housing? And how are we going to punish a city like the city of Palo Alto that just continues not to get their housing element out, even though they like to pat themselves on the back and say, what a wonderful job we've done in doing that? I mean, it just it's crazy. Secondly, I've had a request in to get the body worn camera footage from an October 21st, October 10th, 2021 incident, October 21st, 2021 incident where Officer Enberg released a police canine on a gentleman by the name of Andrew Furrier. And there's a 36-second digital footage of that. And I've repeatedly requested, and I've been turned down, and I've seen all over the news where law enforcement agencies all over the state and all over the country are just simply refusing to comply with public records requests. Are we going to see legislation this year that would punish police departments, and particularly members of the command staff, who just decide they're not going to follow the rules because they know people like me, individual citizens, don't have the money to put their feet to the fire to sue every time where they're not complying with that? In addition, I'm wondering if there's legislation out there to expand the types of police misconduct that would require police departments to report the police misconduct to their local district attorney's offices, like in this case, Jeff Rosen's, the district attorney in Santa Clara County, so that we would expand our Brady list where bad cops who've got a history of lying or beating individuals are just not allowed to testify. Essentially, when crimes are committed and these characters' names are on there for, racist text messaging, et cetera, they become unusable for purposes of being able to testify in criminal investigations. So those are a few of the questions that I would appreciate if you would consider answering. I know usually you feel like you got to answer the members on the board of the city council, but I think the citizens' questions are equally important to answer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sumaya J. Looks like she is no longer on Zoom. So that concludes public comment for action item 13.
Thank you. We'll return to the dais for discussion, questions, and motions. Councilmember Vinger.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just have one question about the report from Townsend, and then I promise Deputy City Manager I will get back to the matter at hand. I wanted to ask specifically about the budget outlook, the governor's budget proposal that was announced. And as you note here, he projected a $38 billion deficit, and the LAO had said $58 billion. I had heard from one of our legislators when I was in Sacramento last week that it's not so much that they disagree on the premise of the budget. It's more that one is looking at likely actions of the legislature, and the other is not taking that into account. And I wondered if you could confirm or deny that assertion, because it would be somewhat reassuring to know that the LAO and the governor's office at least agree on the premise numbers.
Yes, I would say that they do agree on the overall premise of the numbers. Their basis for the difference in the projections really relies upon the anticipated returns that we'll see later this year. In addition to that, the governor has proposed drawing down from our rainy day fund to the tune of some $13.1 billion, which again would offset a lot of the deficit dollars that we're seeing. So if he decides to declare a budget state of emergency, which he has until around April or May, until before the May revise of the budget, he could absolutely do that. And in which case we would not be seeing such a major deficit number and proposed spending cuts and deferrals.
Thank you. Yeah, that 13 billion is a good chunk of the difference between the two numbers. So thank you. I just wanted to make a comment on, so I'm looking now at the foundational principles on page 297 of our packet, which are also in the slides. And foundational principle 1 is promote local fiscal sustainability, and talks about various measures to do that. I want to point out something that I don't think was in the legislative update for the state that I think is of pretty significant concern to cities, which is the so-called Taxpayer Protection Initiative that'll be on the November ballot, that I think even our legislature has fought and not yet succeeded in court in removing, and has some competing measure of its own, I believe. But that is something that could severely restrict the ability of cities to raise revenue. And in fact, the League of California Cities calls it an existential threat. So I'm wondering if you could, I mean, it makes me like principle number 1 is my point, but I'm wondering if you could just give us a brief comment on what some call the CBRT measure, because CBRT has sponsored it.
Yeah, so the CBRT measure was initially supposed to be on the 2022 ballot. So it's been around for a while, and a lot of its provisions are actually retroactive to 2021. I believe that at the beginning of last session, we brought this issue before you all to the council, and we did pass a resolution in opposition to the Taxpayer Protection Act. So we have been consistently advocating against the passage of this measure. We were actually instrumental in the passage of AC 13, which, as you know, passed onto the November ballot for this upcoming election, and says basically that if you are seeking to raise voter threshold amounts beyond what is constitutionally acceptable, you need to gain that voter threshold at the ballot box. So because the Taxpayer Protection Act seeks to raise all local voter thresholds to a 2/3 level, so too must it also garner 2/3 vote at the statewide ballot box. So we're hoping that that's one of the tools that we can use to combat this act. However, we know that the governor has put forward a lawsuit or a proposed writ of mandate to the Supreme Court. They will have hearings in the April, I believe. So there is always the possibility that they could pull it from the ballot altogether if the Supreme Court decides that it is unconstitutional and invalidates the essential principles of government. So.
Great.
And just to add on for the legislative guidelines themselves, I think this is a great example of the foundational principles being pretty high level and then drilling down as we go further in the document. So on page 299, under the financial section, there are a few bullets that specifically speak to this type of issue. One is thinking about protecting our local funding sources and our sustainable delivery of city services. The other one halfway down is supports the lowering or maintaining of voter thresholds for local revenue measures. So that one is very particular about this business roundtable of keep it as is, lower it, but do not increase the voter thresholds. And even the last bullet point there of preserving local discretion in the assessment, et cetera, of taxes. So we tried to capture the big picture and then zoom in and see if we can capture things like the council action you've previously done on the roundtable.
That's terrific. And I could see how some of those things track. That's great. I just wanted also to make sure my CBRT understanding was up to snuff and current. So thank you both for that. I had one other question. My time's running down. Should I go ahead? Okay. Actually, I had a few other comments, but let me just ask one more this round. So similarly, at the high level, item 3, preserve local control, talks about preserve and protect cities' powers, duties, and discretion to enact and engage in local processes and policymaking concerning local affairs. But then it goes on to say, and oppose efforts and legislation from state and regional bodies that preempt local authority, advocate for longer lead times for implementation of new legislation that impacts Palo Alto. And I just wonder if we want to be that definitive and not instead react item by item. Some people might feel that way on housing, but I'm reminded of what the Air District vote that we took recently. So there's a regional body where we are putting in place the phase out of new purchases of NOx emitting water heaters and HVACs. I don't know that we want to reflexively say we would oppose that, nor do I want to say that we would reflexively have a longer lead time on that than the 2027, 2029 dates that BACMD implemented. In fact, I would suggest we should not. So what I'm suggesting is that we could leave the preserve local control item there, but delete the part that says and oppose efforts and legislation, to the end of that section. So that's what I would ask my colleagues to consider, and I'm out of time, so I'll leave the rest for later.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of stuff to manage up here. I want to thank Councilmember Vinker for raising the question about the state budget deficit. I've been reading that part of the cause of this enormous deficit is that tax returns were allowed to be delayed by 6 months because we were all coming out of the pandemic, or it was the winter storms maybe that did it. Anyway, so we had this October deadline for California taxes instead of April, which deferred the receipt of revenues. To what extent do we think that is the cause of it, the partial cause of it? What fraction of it do we think will be? I know we've said there's this $13 billion difference between the projections. Is that essentially covered by the additional receipts that are coming in?
Yeah, so I mean, what we saw last year was really unprecedented. When we look back at the history of the state's enacted budget policies, I don't think we've ever seen a delay of tax receipts quite that long, and it was extended and then re-extended to November 16th. So essentially what that meant was that when the state passed its budget act last year, they were doing it off of a guessing game of what their ultimate tax receipts were. So in terms of a concrete number by which they miscalculated, I think there was something to the tune of $20 billion that were over allocated in the last multi-year budget cycle versus the cash that they had on hand when they had tax receipts come November. So yes, it really put everything up in a tizzy and it created a very chaotic budget cycle for us. Would I say that it really contributed to the size of the deficit? I would say potentially partially. However, just because we have such a progressive tax structure and such a kind of volatile revenue structure wherein everyone that is in the high income bracket is really the ones that give us the money and it creates ebbs and flows each year. I can't say, but yes, you're absolutely right that it created chaos.
Thank you. And to Councilmember Vinker's point, her concern about preserve local control, I think I want to affiliate myself with that concern and also point out that the notion of advocating for longer lead times for implementation of new legislation that impacts Palo Alto might actually be in tension with point 4, protect the health and safety of the community, at the end of which is the line, support policies that promote equity. I think in some respects, the legislation being handed down by the state is intended to enhance the equitable allocation of the good that we call housing to people in a particular population. And so I would hate to see us, on the one hand, say we're supporting policies that promote equity and then try to ask for longer lead times in implementing things that might, in fact, lead to greater equity. To Councilmember Vinker's point, these laws that come down from the state, legislation that comes could be about anything. And it feels very limiting to have that statement in there that we would advocate for longer lead times for implementation. So I support taking that out as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the point Councilmember Vinker raised. And as I'm looking at the language under preserve local control, I wonder whether at the end of that statement, or that first sentence, we might want to simply add a phrase to the effect that it says that preempt local authority. Well, let me read it. Preserve and protect the city's powers, duties, and discretion to enact and engage in local processes and policymaking concerning local affairs, and oppose efforts and legislation from the state and regional bodies that preempt local authority and are not aligned with city priorities, or something to that effect. And I'm not sure if that's the ideal language, but maybe that would thread that needle a little better. So we're okay with the Regional Air Board adopting a measure toward electrification because it's aligned with our own priorities. If they were to adopt a measure that said we want more petroleum use, we would oppose it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. So thank you, Councilmember Burt, for your rationalization in terms of preserve local control and potentially what that unintended consequences suggested by Councilmember Vinker could bring forward. I also want to make sure to bring forward that in terms of the climate and environment, it also says over there that the city supports government action that reduces GHG emissions and support progress toward GHG reduction and carbon neutrality goals. So in that comment, in that point alone, it also supports GHG reduction, whether it comes from the city, whether it's implemented through state or regional. And I hope that would be sufficient. As a matter of fact, and also I would like to see under climate and environment, under the last point, bullet point, to say, to add in the words "and expansion" after supports the protection and expansion of our natural environment, including open space, tree canopy, and biodiversity. And then I also want to bring, so that's for consideration. I want to also bring attention to housing. When I read point number 3, promotes the development and enhancement of safe and affordable housing and accessible housing within the city. Oh, never mind. I take that back. I was thinking it read somewhat in conflict because there's at one point saying safe and affordable, but then the next point it says all economic segments. So we're not really placing a kind of priority in making sure that what we've done in the last couple of years is to, well, last few years is to make sure we're looking at the most need and to focus on that and then work our way up. But I guess the way it's written is fine. Lastly, I wanted to ask on public safety. When I'm reading our staff report, point 3 from the last, if we go backwards, the word as well, this statement as well as funding for emergency services looks like it's faded out. It's just ink, right?
Very good question, Councilmember Koo. That clause was added after the discussion at Policy and Services Committee, so it's just a different color of track changes.
Okay. But that's still in there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, can you bring up slide number 10, 9, please? And maybe as someone brings that up, so can you talk, you mentioned a few things about, I guess these are more state level, or is this also federal level that you're talking about?
Oh, yes. So this is at the state level.
Okay. Have you also been tracking what's going on at federal level as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what is going on?
I will defer to my colleague Joseph Mello from our DC office to discuss updates on artificial intelligence policies.
Yeah, glad to touch on that for a moment. So at the federal level, artificial intelligence policy is something that a lot of folks in Congress have been interested in pursuing, but honestly, there is a gap in the understanding and implications, of artificial intelligence. And so right now there's just a real effort to try to learn as much as possible. And Senator Schumer held a big conference amongst senators to bring in some leaders in the space late last year. And that was one of the first times that has happened on Capitol Hill. So a lot of leaders from the tech industry came down and presented to the senators and answered a lot of their questions. And I think ideally that is going to help shape some of the policy that may be introduced in the coming session here. But I always like to say, as the EU goes, so goes California, and so goes the nation. So the European Union actually passed an AI Act regulating on risk of artificial intelligence, and I think there's a lot of folks at the state level that'll be looking to that, and the federal level as well. So there's a lot of discussions around artificial intelligence at the federal level. The White House has also been doing a lot of work here. President Biden issued an executive order on artificial intelligence last year as well. So a lot of moving parts. I think Congress just needs to figure out exactly where their focus wants to be, whether that's around risk or, you know, many other issues that artificial intelligence may touch on. But ChatGPT really propelled this to the forefront for a lot of members.
Yeah, I think your summary is actually quite good, and I like how you said it. There's a gap between the legislator and the people who know the technology. So I think I largely agree with your summary, and that's what I've seen as well. And my fear here is, as someone that works with a lot of this kind of technology, is that you know, for the most part, AI has been only a big benefit to humanity. And I think it has even more potential. And, you know, in our state, we have some of the leading AI companies, whether it's, you know, NVIDIA, OpenAI, et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't agree with the direction of going with the EU on this. I think we should push against it. I think we should push for more open source technology. We should try to encourage people to invest in this technology, because if we think about how do we help humanity the best, it's really increasing the productivity of our civilization. And that's the best way of doing that is actually through AI technology. I know there's a lot of fear. A lot of people watch Terminator. A lot of people watch, you know, all this Hollywood stuff. And of course, a lot of this is very dramatized. But if you look at the data, there's been, you know, little if any data showing real harm. It's not like the atom bomb where, you know, it destroys 2 cities. This so far has, you know, helped people write better email and help them, you know, do things that are very, you know, hard to point out as like a, you know, incredible danger to society. So I for one would encourage us not to support going in the direction of the EU. In fact, like some of the countries like France, right, where they have a company called Mistral, which is one of the leading AI companies, they're actually backing out of the EU policy because Mistral is one of the top AI companies in the world right now, and they don't want to squash the industry. So I hope we don't do the same thing, especially given that we're Silicon Valley and Palo Alto, and we're trying to encourage innovation. So I think we should push against that. And for those that want to stop innovating, I don't think Russia or China is going to stop investing in this. And I think what we really should be doing is focused on the ill-intentioned use of AI, where people are using it for direct harm, right? Like scamming people or things like that. So we should focus on not, you know, how good the technology is, or regulating that aspect, like how many flops can be used for AI, but it really should be focused on, well, does one use AI for harm, right? For that matter, if any technology used for harm, we want to prevent that. So I hope that's, you know, what conversations you guys might have, you guys can share that perspective. And then also, you know, I think the other kind of thing that's going on is some of the leading companies like OpenAI, which has a clear lead, you know, beyond everyone else, they're employing a tactic that, you know, like the tobacco industry did, which is regulatory capture, right? They say, regulate us so that we could have, you know, we could pull the ladder after us and prevent all the startups from nipping at our heels. And so I hope we don't support that either, because we want, you know, the student at Stanford, you know, creating the next great model. We want, you know, people working in their garage to do this kind of stuff. And I don't think the idea of what OpenAI is promoting, of rolling up the ladder behind them and making it tough for the people after them to innovate, I don't think that's the right direction. So I hope we also push against that. But thank you for following this. And I realize we're not necessarily focused on that here at City Council, but in terms of AI, I think it's one of the biggest innovations in, you know, probably, you know, certainly in my lifetime, but maybe, you know, since many lifetime. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thank you very much. I wasn't concerned about this wording because of the foundation of this presentation is the foundation principles, which is how it came to PNS and how it comes to us tonight. And it doesn't, this is not like an ordinance where every word has to talk about every piece of property that's being affected. So I'm not overall troubled by the wording, but I'm not all opposed to the good idea and wording that Councilmember Burt came up with to show that there's balance in both directions, even though Councilmember Koo noted that there is balance by the comments in climate versus the comments in the just the local control. So I'd be okay with that, but I think we just all have to worry about that this is not we can't look at this and say we can't do something. This is just a guideline and we can react to a specific situation. But aligning it with our priorities, I think, is the right way to talk about it. Thank you.
And if I may briefly respond to that, we are planning to still do regular updates to the city council, as well as working to some degree with policy and services committee. So this past year, we actually came to council often enough where we didn't have to deploy our guidelines as much as we typically would, because we were bringing legislation to you and you gave us either the thumbs up to carry on the way we're going or to change course. So this is really for us to work in between the times that we're coming to city council, but our intention is still to have regular discussions with the council as well as the committee.
I agree with Vice Mayor Lowing. I wasn't concerned about that language, but I'm open to the language that Councilmember Burt proposed. I agree. I think that does achieve the balance that we're searching for. I think my only question, Ms. Shelby, and thank you, the presentation and the memo were very helpful. Regarding the state budget, I wasn't able to find any specifics on actual allocation towards affordable housing funding. I know there's quite a bit out there in various grants and federal funding, but not sure what we're looking at as far as the state. And a couple of years ago, I was concerned when we had that $100 billion deficit that you mentioned, the state only allocated $1 billion to actual affordable housing construction. So I'm especially concerned about what we're looking at for this coming fiscal year.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I will say that the state budget allocations directly toward housing have declined substantially since, I would say, 2016, 2017, that budget cycle. The governor and the legislature's focus instead has really been on the homelessness crisis. So they have really dedicated additional funding and resources to mitigating that crisis. That's not to say that there aren't possibilities for additional funding. There are a few statewide housing bonds that have been proposed and are currently parked in the legislature right now, totaling some $25 to $15 billion statewide to spur low income, but also medium income and new home buyer programs throughout the state. So we're monitoring those closely, but I will say that I agree with you. We have seen a decline in those dollars directed toward housing production. And I think that may shift in the coming years.
Why do you think that? You think it might shift in coming years, but we'll actually get more dollars for that type of capital?
Potentially.
Investment?
So we have Proposition 1, which is on the March primary ballot, which would authorize a $6.38 billion bond to finance residential and behavioral health care facilities throughout the state for the behavioral health and mental health and homelessness crisis. So once we have those dollars on hand, I would say that legislators would then turn again toward the housing crisis and could look at potential statewide bond measures or additional allocations from the state budget, knowing that for the time being, there are additional dollars on hand to solve the homelessness crisis. So the two policy areas kind of go hand in hand. And when one is kind of satiated with additional dollars, we could see them turn again to housing. So that's our hope.
I share that hope. I appreciate your optimism. Hope that works, but I've been less than impressed. There's been a lot of talk coming out of Sacramento for a long time on housing, and yet when it comes to actually allocating those funds, we don't see those dollars. So that would be great. Let's go now for another round. As a reminder to my colleagues, it is starting to get late, and we have many public comments that to wrap up the evening. So let's see if we can get ourselves to a motion here. Councilmember Vink.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I'll come back to the point we've been discussing. I want to just briefly mention a couple things, and then I have another substantive point. The couple things that will show that I agree. We're not here to wordsmith everything tonight through most of this when we're largely in comportment. But I just want to mention, so there's a thing, there's on page 300, it mentions promote teleconferencing flexibilities under the Brown Act. What we really want to do is increase flexibility for remote meeting attendance. I think you know that, we don't need to restate it, but it's not just make it easier, it's like make it so that we can really do this without having to, I don't have to let people into my hotel room when I'm out of town, and notice it 3 days ahead of time. It's really, in this day and age, kind of silly what they have. And I know that we're fighting some political battles over it, but it's really pre-pandemic law and we need to make it more better. But I don't need to reword that there. Similarly, under housing, there's one that talks about promoting funding and tax incentives for identification, acquisition, maintenance, and adaptive reuse and restoration of historic sites. And I think we know that in there we mean not just adaptive reuse, but use, because we want to avoid ghost houses. I think we've talked a lot about that. And so I would want it to be use and adaptive reuse. Again, I don't feel the need to amend it formally. I just wanted to make those points. So going back to the one that my colleagues have been helpful in thinking through that I raised earlier. So we have two parts of our principles that are in tension. We have the climate stuff, and then we have something that says oppose. The idea of this is so that you can act independently in between sessions. And when we leave ambiguities like that, that makes it harder for you. That's why I'd like to actually change it to something that makes it easier for you. And I appreciate Councilmember Burt's suggestion. I generally think less is more, but in this case, more may get us there. So, and it does the job, except there's a second sentence there that I also read, which says, advocate for longer lead times for implementation of new legislation that impacts Palo Alto, period. That's a pretty absolute thing. I don't think it's wordsmithing to talk about whether we always want longer lead times or not. I think sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And this just says we want longer. So is there a way we could take your good amendment and adopt it to both pieces of that? Actually, do you mind if you have a thought now? Or, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if he?
Thank you. So could you point me to where that second?
Sure. It's in that same paragraph. It's the following sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped past it. Okay.
So your language was.
Give me a moment and
Okay.
I'll think on that.
I'll go on. Thank you. So then the other thing, a couple substantive things. The housing, the last housing bullet, what page is that? 300, I think. Yes. Okay. The last housing bullet on page 300 says supports the provision of greater lead times. Maybe we just take it out above and deal with it here. Extended effective dates of state legislation for local jurisdictions to implement state legislation, which offers Palo Alto the opportunity to apply new land use and housing requirements within the local context. I am concerned about that. Policy reasons, but also if we write that down and pass it tonight, that is a clear signal to Sacramento that we don't want to comply with their stuff and the timelines they have it now. And I'm just concerned about the optics of that when we're trying to get our housing element through. We're trying to really prove to HC, we've made a lot of strides in our housing element, a lot of great stuff, a lot of things we've passed here together. And I don't want this to sully that intent. And I think if we do end up in a rough spot because we've had trouble meeting those timelines, we probably won't be the only ones and we could deal with it then. And I'm just concerned about leaving that bullet point in. And so I lift that up to my colleagues for consideration. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor, I promise this is the last one. We're talking about wildfires and it's on page 301, the 1, 2, 3rd bullet, which talks about advocating for funding to mitigate wildfire risks and funding fire services in general. I would really like to add, since this is in the specific, clean air shelters. And the reason I'd like to do that is that This really came to my attention when we were doing the Bachman advocacy trip in DC, and our representative Anna Eshoo has been really trying to carry that legislation federally. It's been tough in this Congress to get much done, but what happens when we have the wildfire smoke that's becoming more and more and more frequent is it's severely unhealthy for our unhoused population. And just having that, we have a network of clean air centers, and we need more for people to get out of this truly unhealthy thing. And I just wanted to suggest we insert that one little thing there. That's the end of my comments, and listen, I'll leave it to see if Councilmember Byrd has something for his turn. Thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
I didn't want our Townsend to think that silence on the AI matter means that we all agree to let it go wild or whatnot. Obviously, based on your report, you have already eyes on it. But, I do have concerns. I like the proposed reforms, but also have concerns about AI replacing wage earning jobs. And, I don't think it's anything wrong with Parliament, with EU's priority to ensure that AI systems used in the EU, and it should be used in the United States of America, that are safe, transparent, traceable, non-discriminatory, and environmental friendly. And that the system should be overseen by people rather than by automation to prevent harmful outcomes. So I just didn't want the silence to mean that we don't have, that I'll speak for myself, that I don't have concerns. As for just a question to staff, with regards to Councilmember Vinker's concerns about longer lead times, so it brings to mind, SB 828 as well as SB 35, which influences our housing element, where we have to implement what the sites that we designated as housing and to upzone it. That only gave us a year. I felt that we could have used a little bit more time, if nothing, just to get our systems in place and get all of the documentation. I don't know what documentation city does behind the scenes, but obviously there is that matter for staff to take care of. So I think that that's just one example that I'm thinking. And then there's all these others where there's interpretation of the law, ensuring the law that the state has pushed forward or forced onto cities is actually something that we interpret it correctly and work within our own zoning and land use. So I think that's one thing that comes to mind when staff is saying to the legislators, can you think of our workload and give us a little bit more time in order to be able to implement it in a diligent manner.
I can confirm that was the thought process, just based off conversations, particularly that our planning staff has had with the city council in receiving a new state mandate, needing to make sure that we did the actual analysis of it and that we're implementing it correctly, and then putting it into the workload of existing staff with all the other priorities. So it's not saying that we don't want to do the work and the mandates of the state, but just being realistic that we put ourselves potentially behind at the start, unless we drop a lot of other priorities in order to implement the newest thing that's been passed. So it's really just looking for a little more balance, and that as they're debating legislation that impacts local governments, that they're really taking into account the actual bandwidth and resources that the local governments have to do the work in a timely manner. But we're open to any suggestions that the council has for reflecting our intent to be as expedient as possible and understanding the state mandates are implemented for a reason, but also knowing that, this year, for example, you had 72 objectives that were assigned to some of the same staff members that would then have to also implement something brand new from the state.
So I'll just ask council to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Just two quick things I forgot to mention. So first of all, I do agree with the speaker who mentioned the request or asked for the request for the body camera footage. I think we should be very open and transparent. So unless there's a really good reason, which I don't know about, I think we should release our body camera footage to folks to show that we have nothing to hide and there's nothing to worry about. And then the other comment I wanted to make is, and I appreciate my colleagues mentioning this, is I definitely agree with the idea of more increased remote flexible participation. So anything we do in that direction area, the better. So please do keep pushing on that because the current laws are very antiquated. All this crazy posting of whatever makes no sense whatsoever. Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to largely associate myself with the comments on AI that Councilmember Koo raised. I'll note that we had last year a petition by 350 global AI leaders who warned of the risks of AI and a slowdown in the rollout until there could be a better set of measures to mitigate those risks and constrain them. And so while there are some extreme AI ideologues that support unbridled AI, the experts, even including Elon Musk, have exercised or advocated great caution. So moving back to the guiding principle number 3 in the local control, on that second sentence that says advocate for longer lead times for implementation of new legislation that impacts Palo Alto. I wonder if we simply, and we're never going to get perfect language, but if we simply added the word adversely, so that adversely impacts Palo Alto. Now that's open to a lot of discretion, but interpretation. And then second, on the issue under housing along these same lines, supporting greater lead times, we really do have a myriad of changes that are being enacted by the state every legislative session, and they're overwhelming cities in general. They're not really part of what is a transparent strategic approach. It's throwing everything at the board and with the net impact that it's really creating a trap door for cities that design to actually cause them to fail in meeting the state standards. And at the midpoint in their RENA cycles, not at the end of the 8-year point, under current law, cities throughout the state would lose drastic local authority on land use. And so I think that statement is not an extreme statement to simply ask for greater time. So I'm okay with that one. So to move things along, I will go ahead and move the staff report on federal and state legislative guidelines with the 2 changes under foundational principle number 3 at the end of sentence number 1 to add the wording and are not aligned with city priorities. And in sentence number 2, between the word at the tail end where it says new legislation that, add the word adversely, and then follows with impacts Palo Alto.
Second.
And I don't have anything more to say on it.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
No, I would just reiterate exactly what Councilmember Burt said, particularly with the result to the housing sentence, which is, I think that's very mild and very essential for not what has happened, but how we're planning the future. So I don't find it alarming at all. I find it essential.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yeah, I think I want to make an overarching point here, which is that There are differences of opinion up here on this dais about the benefits and limits of local control and the state housing mandates. And I am concerned about fundamental principles or legislative guidelines that reflect an ideological viewpoint. It feels as if we're trying to make decisions here, to put wording in here, to ask you to go advocate for us. That doesn't necessarily, I mean, that ought to be argued point by point when matters come before us. So for that reason, I do appreciate Councilmember Burt's smoothing of the language under preserve local control. I think I can live with those changes. But I am concerned with what I'll call bullet 7 under housing. Supports the provision of greater lead times for local jurisdictions to implement state legislation, which offers power to the opportunity to apply new land use and housing requirements within the local context. That one troubles me. I may be alone in that, and if so, what did you say? Correct. I'm not alone in it. Councilmember Finker pointed it out. Others have said they're fine with it. We may not have the votes on that, but I wanted to raise it as a matter of record anyway.
Councilmember Koo.
I appreciate Councilmember Burt's wording for the first sentence under 3 for preserve local control. Adding and are not aligned and are aligned with city. And did you say and are not aligned or and do not align with city policies? So if city policies is overall housing, to build more housing, that would include market rate, where we're actually looking for workforce and middle and low income. So when it preempts local authority that way, oppose efforts from the state. Yeah, I'm concerned. So if the city priorities is just housing and not really affordable housing, I would love, may Councilmember Burt help me understand this?
Yep. So actually, if we use the term policy broadly to include council priorities and the things that have fallen from there, we've prioritized affordable housing. That's our council priority. And so I think in the general sense, our priorities are aligned with what you just said. Now, every one of these, when we talk about the issue of coming back and really debating nuances in certain circumstances, I think that's the case in really every one of these categories. These are guiding principles. They are not strict, rigid mandates. And I agree that I think for each of us, there will be legislation that we would argue how well it aligns with this and really where we stand as a council on. We're not going to have unanimity on all the legislation, even if we agree on these guiding principles. So I think we're just trying to frame the issues here and give some general guidance to our advocates, but not have this be prescriptive.
I understand. Thank you so much. I do want to say that I have great concerns, just simply because state, no matter what, even when we're protecting and preserving, we keep losing a lot of local authority over our over a lot of things. And so with every little give, we lose even more. So it even takes us further away from how we do, how we want to look at housing. There's been oftentimes that we said that, we've done it the right way by ensuring that we have safe parking spaces. We have the interim housing at San Antonio. We have Mitchell Park, Wilton Court, the mobile home, charities housing, really affordable, deep affordability. So this is some of the things that the city of Palo Alto has always worked from bottom up. And so with this loosening of language, I do have great concerns about it. But like you said, it's a framework, and I hope that we don't go back to just luxury and market rate housing, thinking it's going to trickle down, because it ain't.
I'll just add, as I was agreeing with Councilmember Councilmember Burt, one nice thing, I do think our staff, Ms. Con Gaines, as well as Townsend, do a very good job throughout the year, really kind of tracking and understanding what our priorities are, what those policies are, what are the kind of the values of this council and this city, and they're able to then reflect that in making these judgment calls. So I think that's also context to keep in mind when we're having this discussion. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay. Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's possible. I think Councilmember Lithcott-Hames brought up some good points, and I was wondering perhaps if we could split out that part that she mentioned from the rest of the motion here, so that we could vote on this in more, in a more line item type of way.
So you clarify what you wish to split?
I don't know if Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, you could take the lead on this in terms of what's split out, but I thought the points you brought up were good.
I think we'd like to propose a friendly amendment to the maker to see if you'd be willing to strike bullet 7 from the housing legislative guidelines.
I wouldn't, but I think what Councilmember Tanaka was talking about was splitting the motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I
Which
mean,
is
we could try
different
taking a
from an
vote, but I don't know if we have the votes, but I'm happy for us to try that first. And if failing that, we can try to split the motion.
So what that would mean is that within the main motion, it would be to peel off number 7 and vote on that separately. Is that correct?
In the first stage, I think it would be, he wants it out. The amendment is remove 7. And we would have to see if you accepted that.
Right. And so I don't accept it as an amendment, but it can be asked for as a separation of the motion, even though we didn't go here and list all of the elements. They're embedded, but I think it's a proper procedure that we could list 7 and have that as a separated part of the motion if the mayor consents to separating it.
Yeah, let's wait and see if there's a motion made to modify 7 before getting to that point. Councilmember Tanaka, was that your only?
Okay, I'll make a motion to remove 7.
Where is 7?
Just to clarify, this is on packet page 300 in the housing section. It's the 7th bullet point. I'll just read it so the public is up to speed. It's the one that says supports the provision of greater lead times, extended effective dates and state legislation for local jurisdictions to implement state legislation, which offers Palo Alto the opportunity to apply new land use and housing requirements within the local context.
Okay. So Councilmember Tanaka, was that a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Unfriendly.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Then we'll have a discussion. I'll clear the board on the amendment. I believe Councilmember Burt.
Yes, as I read this again, what it says is that supporting greater lead times for local jurisdictions to implement legislation which offers Palo Alto the opportunity to apply these new land use and housing requirements within the local context. It's not opposing them. It's just supporting greater lead time. And it's not a rigid statement. I think it's pretty benign. That's my reason I won't support the amendment.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, hearing all views, I'm wondering whether there might be a possibility of just slightly amending this that might be acceptable to the motion maker and the original motion maker. So if we said supports the provision of greater lead times for Palo Alto to implement state legislation when necessary to apply new land use and housing requirements. I mean, that's, I think, what we're saying. So it would allow us to have, we would advocate for more time when we
Yep.
need it.
I think I would accept that as an amendment. So what we need to do is
Mr. Mayor, so
Yeah.
for
I'd
procedural.
accept in the primary, but actually we're talking about the amendment. So
Right.
I think you need to turn
There's a
to
motion on the table.
Tanaka.
So we should, if we can
Yeah,
address
I think that's-
Councilmember Vinker's proposed amendment to Councilmember Burt's motion once we have voted on the motion on the table, which is Councilmember Tanaka's amendment.
Can we,
But if
can we amend Councilmember Tanaka's amendment?
It's a friendly amendment to Councilmember Tanaka's motion.
Is that what you're proposing, Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
Sounds good.
I agree.
Okay. I think you might need to provide that language again, Councilmember Vinker.
Okay, so it would be, so we'll maintain the language that says supports the provision of greater lead times, and then that parenthetical extended effective dates of state legislation, that all stays there. And then I would say, instead of for local jurisdictions, say for Palo Alto to implement state legislation would stay there. Are we with me so far? And then say when necessary, and then delete, which offers Palo Alto the opportunity to apply. And say when, so then when necessary to comply with new land use and housing requirements within the local context. I can't see it because my. I can't see it down there. You're right. Oh, Councilmember Tanaka, I am realizing I didn't read that parenthetical. So is that still acceptable to you with the parenthetical in there? When I proposed my,
I guess I wanted to ask my seconder, what do you think?
That was the part I was actually worried about, the notion of trying to extend effective dates of state legislation. I just do not agree with that.
So in the spirit of trying to make things go, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm also thinking about the maker, whether the maker would accept changes to this, but I don't know. I have a feeling no, but Councilmember Vinker, you had a good suggestion here. Any ideas of how to bridge a gap here?
yeah, the current suggestion is to excise the parenthetical.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, hearing that was accepted by the maker and the seconder, oh, sorry, Vice Mayor Lowing.
Unfortunately, the structure is really not necessary because the original, if it were friendly, the original maker would have made it. So that's going to happen anyway. The point I want to emphasize in this whole thing, our consultants have no carte blanche to do anything, regardless of how we write this document. They have to come back to us on every single thing and identify, here's a piece of legislation that looks like it fits with the guidelines. What do you want us to do on that? So there's nothing off the table in terms of what they run away with. And I think that's part of the concern here is we won't have a second chance at it. We will have a first chance at everything we can get. So I just hope we keep that in mind, that we're not constraining ourselves.
Are we good? Okay, then let's take a vote on the amendment.
Right, voting on the amendment. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Amendment carries 5-2.
Okay, back to the main motion. Is there any more discussion, or are we prepared to vote? Seeing no lights?
Okay, I do have one small clarification.
That's okay. I was ready to go.
Not to hold up your vote, just wanted to clarify. Your legislative guidelines do allow us as staff to move in between the times that we bring items to you. So theoretically, if there were a bill that was very clearly aligned with these guidelines, we will work with the mayor and vice mayor and just say, this is our understanding, the guidelines covers this. We're going to go ahead and write a letter of support, or they will go ahead and advocate on the city's behalf. The ones that are a little more gnarly, we feel more comfortable bringing those to the council, even if your guidelines give us the ability to act on them. For some, we just think that it is more responsible to give the full council and the public an opportunity to discuss that specific bill. So I did want to clarify, you're giving us the ability to move without coming directly to you before we act, but we will always update you on what we've done. We'll work with the mayor and vice mayor, and for trickier bills, we will bring them to you. Thank you. Okay, please vote now.
Thanks for that clarification. And again, seeing no lights, then let's take the vote on the main motion. It's seconded by Vice Mayor Lowing, the main motion.
Councilmember Ku?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Motion carries. Councilmember Burt, was that a no vote? Sorry to clarify, or was that
No,
a yes?
that was a yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Great, thank you.
Mayor
Thank you to
Stone?
our Townsend team for being here tonight and for staff. Councilmember Ku, quickly.
Just really quickly to TPA Townsend and Ms. Cotton Gaines, I wanted to find out Proposition 1, when you come back, if you can give us some pros and cons on it, because there's concerns that money is being taken away from mental health. The other one is 937, SB 937, which defers or delays impact fees for city to collect. So if you could include that in your analysis. Thank you.
Okay. With that, that concludes our regular agenda with our action items. So, and we'll move then to go back to item 3, I believe, public comment. I'd like to reiterate what I said before. Please, please no applause or jeering when people are providing their public comment. We are providing a safe space for everyone to express their views. You have a minute to speak. And again, that's a minute deadline. That doesn't mean approximately a minute. It is 1 minute. And where did we leave off?
Speaker 20.
Great. And one request for those who are in the room, you can see where your name is on this list. If you see your name is coming up in a speaker or two, if you could move closer to the front of the room at that time so we can have a nice seamless transition and get everybody out of here at a reasonable hour. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Sarith H.
Hi, council members, mayor. My name is Ronen. I'm speaking on her behalf. I live in the city of Palo Alto. I pay outrageous state taxes, which probably contributed to the surplus that we have in the budget. And I wanted to thank you for not considering a ceasefire resolution. We should look at this as cost versus benefit. What is the benefit? You have no jurisdiction. There's been many prior examples of ceasefires, calls to release hostages, This is war against terror. You're not going to change anything. So there is zero utility. You're not going to influence anything in any positive or negative way. Zero utility. What is the cost? You can see here. Look around you. You're going to turn this into a platform for hate. You're going to turn our city resources in support for this. This is not creating any kind of friendship, unity, nothing that the city stands behind. This is the cost right here. We have experiments done in the city, in other cities. We know the cost, we know the benefit. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heidi.
Itai, IT. Good evening. As we heard tonight, we have so many local challenges. In infrastructure, electrifications, we have businesses struggling just here in Palo Alto, right? I sympathize with all these wonderful people that came from the looks of it from far away to hear all our local issues. I personally would love to work here in Palo Alto with the Arab and Palestinian Palo Alto community to talk and explore how to build bridges and be a beacon of light and an example to mutual respect and understanding based on the American values that we all share. I want to make sure in closing that we thank you, Mayor and Council, for all your support, for focusing on the local issues that really matter for this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam.
Hello again, City Council. I was here last time, and I want to tell you that all universities have been bombed in Gaza. And as a graduate student from Stanford, I ask you, what if it had been us? Every hospital has been bombed in Gaza. And I ask you, what if it had been us? We are a medical school at Stanford. My name is Pamela Martinez, and no, lives are not a cost versus benefit thing. I don't share American values in order to be considered a human being. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm a migrant, and I'm proudly a migrant. Even though I waited 5 hours here to be heard, and it's exhausting, I will continue coming just with the hopes that you acknowledge that Palestinian lives matter. And I'm not a Palestinian myself to acknowledge that. The extent of destruction in Gaza is beyond what any war zone in recent contemporary history is, and you know that. If you don't keep the news, I can tell you what just happened this weekend. 1 month-old baby froze to death in Gaza, and I have nightmares about it. You're here talking about mental health, and I cannot sleep.
Your time is up.
I will come back next week and continue my message.
Our next speaker is Uzma.
I'm going to focus on the positives that have come out of the horrors. Community. Others want us to believe we're alone, but we aren't. It started with a few Palo Alto moms joining together. Fast forward to January. Our numbers grow every day. We are a solace and sanctuary to each other. Diversity. We come from all different backgrounds. Look at previous movements against injustice. Which side has the most diversity and which side has zero? And notice which side was on the right side. Our next generation. I visit Stanford sit-in students, not just to support them, but because they help me get through the days. They are heroes. Solidarity. My Jewish coworkers speaking out for Palestinian humanity are a healing balm for my soul. So whether you all here agendize a resolution or not, what we found here, where we are, that's all we need. We are all we need. You all are honored that you are privileged that we are here today asking you for a ceasefire resolution because we've already won.
Thank you. And as a reminder, the speaking time is 1 minute. Please respect the clock.
Our next speaker is Sarah B.
Rape is not a form of resistance. Quote of a survivor testimonial of Nova Music Festival massacre. There were girls with broken pelvis due to repetitive rapes. Their legs were split wide apart in a split. This testimonial is only the tip of the iceberg describing the atrocities that Hamas and Gazan civilians committed on October 7 against Israelis. Do we as an American society support sexual assault, rape, and mutilation of women, men, and children as a form of so-called resistance? There are still 136 Israeli hostages held by Hamas, some of which are American citizens. I'm appalled that people in my community here are not aligned with American values, yet exploit the system for their own benefit. They choose to spread hatred and lies in the name of anti-Semitism, disguised by the title freedom or anti-Zionism. Israel is a beacon of real democracy, only democracy in the Middle East. Hatred is born in Hatred is born of ignorance, fear is its father, and isolation is its mother.
Thank you. One more reminder, the speaking time is 1 minute. It is not a minute 20. It is not a minute 30. If this continues, I will have the clerk start cutting off the microphone at the 1 minute mark. I don't want to do that. We want to respect your voice, but please respect our rules as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tita Kay. Hi, I'm here to call for putting a ceasefire on the agenda. I have been a Palo Alto resident for 6 years. I immigrated here myself 9 years ago from Thailand to go to Stanford, and then I got my green card working as a robotics engineer at a semiconductor startup. And I'm horrified that this country that I worked so hard to live in is committing an act of genocide. I've been listening to you folks talk for the past 5 hours about how this council is trying to address, budget deficits and how we care a lot about how we're going to have money for affordable housing and all these projects. And I just really think we would have a lot more money if we had a ceasefire and stopped sending billions of dollars of aid and tax dollars to support a genocide in Gaza. Moreover, the carbon emissions generated from the first 2 months in the war in Gaza were greater than the annual carbon footprint of more than 20 of the world's most climate vulnerable nations. And my country, Thailand, is one of these 20 most vulnerable nations. My family will be one of the first to experience the droughts, the famines, and all the rising sea levels, along with the millions of others.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Pujit H.
Good evening, council members. As a Stanford student and Palo Alto resident, I urge all council members to please agendize a ceasefire resolution to bring an end to this horrific genocide in Gaza. This conflict is not as far from Palo Alto as it may seem. There are many community members right here, nearby us and around us, who are deeply affected by this personally, including a very dear friend of mine. There's so many people around us who are suffering, including us, and enough is enough. The people of Palo Alto, of the Bay Area, of this world, demand justice now, and neutrality in this context is really cowardice. So please, council members, support adding a ceasefire resolution to the agenda and stand on the right side of history as it's becoming increasingly clear which side that is, and help Palo Alto join cities across the country in supporting a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom T.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so I'm local, live in Palo Alto, have lived here, practiced medicine here for 30 years, not coming from far away or anything. I assume that we're all good people here. I don't have to convince, I hope I don't have to convince anybody that killing innocent children is wrong, that cutting off water, food, and medicine to 2 million people is wrong, that it's better to solve problems by dialogue, not through violence. I acknowledge the pain of our Jewish friends and neighbors, and I agree that the Israeli hostages need to be released, but isn't it obvious that the best way to get to that point is not by killing more innocent people, but through dialogue, love. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, council members, I know you have to answer. Sorry, I know you have to answer to a lot of constituents. I'm not asking you to take sides here. Don't take the Palestinian side or the Israeli side. Take the side of peace. What's wrong with that? Why is that controversial? Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna.
Thank you. And as a reminder, the only person who should be speaking is the one at the microphone. We will remove people if they are interrupting those who have their time to speak. Everyone is having their opportunity to speak. Please respect them as they have respected you. Let's go to our next speaker.
Anna is our next speaker. All right, we'll move to our next speaker, Norhan.
As we sit here, a Palestinian mother is holding on to the limbs that remain of her slaughtered babies. As I speak, there are people under the rubble gasping for air in Gaza. People with stories, not numbers, not collateral. And you want to talk about sexual violence? Israeli soldiers have been found to repeatedly rape Palestinian women and girls as a torture method. And those soldiers and their rape was funded by our tax dollars.
I will not tolerate any more interruptions or not. Hey, stop. People have a right to free speech. You are enacting your right to free speech at this time. You do not have a right to interrupt the person while they are engaging in that free speech. You may dislike it. We may dislike it. Anyone may, but they have the right to have that speech. Unfortunately, and I don't like this, but hate speech is protected free speech under the First Amendment, and we don't have the right as a council
My
to
time needs
stop
to be
it.
reset to 31 seconds. That's what it was at when I was interrupted.
I will have it restarted to 30 seconds for you to be able to continue.
No, it was
So
31.
please,
We can
we are
reset it.
not
We
going to
can look
have
at the
any more
YouTube.
interruptions.
I was interrupted at 31. Thank you.
We'll reset it to 30 seconds and you may continue.
You have been elected to lead this city and this community. The Palestinian people have been living under occupation and apartheid for 75 years, documented. Amnesty International, the UN. A call for a ceasefire right now is the barest of minimums. We need leaders that are responsible and lead with a conscience. Leaders like Ahmed Mustafa, running for Congress to represent the people of the city. There's 2 members on this council running against him. You know him, and he's been the only candidate to call for a ceasefire. Join him in his leadership in calling for a ceasefire, because the people of Gaza can't wait. Now it's too late for a ceasefire already. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle H.
And Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind giving people notice who's going to speak after as well so they can be prepared.
Good evening. Movements that challenge oppression, call out injustice, are always labeled divisive in the moment. Just open a history book. Apartheid South Africa was actively supported by the establishment, political and business class in the United States and the UK, until that position was no longer tenable. Thanks in large part to the support of ordinary people the world over for the anti-apartheid BDS movement. In 1997, Nelson Mandela declared, "Our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." If keeping the peace in Palo Alto means not agendizing a ceasefire resolution, if not being divisive requires turning a blind eye to unfathomable levels of human suffering, to a genocide in progress, you need to ask yourself, is that the sort of peace you wish to keep? Ceasefire now, and thank you so much to these incredible students from Stanford. They make me so proud. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary R., followed by Talha B.
Before we continue, a point of personal privilege from Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Mayor, thank you very much. I just want to correct the record. A prior public commenter indicated that those of us up on the dais had not yet called for a ceasefire. I am on the record in writing and orally in this chamber at the Human Relations Commission asking for a bilateral humanitarian ceasefire. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Koo, your light is on. Nope. No worries. All right. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mary, followed by Talha B. Our next speaker is Talha B.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Mayor Stone, you are an educator and you teach at the high school level. I'm sure you know that the mental health of the students, not just in this district, but also the students and the children in Gaza is absolutely atrocious right now. I looked up the numbers. There are about 10,600 or so kids in the entire Palo Alto Unified School District. Over 11,500 kids have been killed in Gaza in the last 108 days. Just to give you a reference of how many kids would have to be slaughtered for you to really see the numbers in our own area. As many have said, this is not a divisive issue. This is simply an issue stating that you, as representatives of individuals in Palo Alto, do not support the slaughtering of children. Is it really the American viewpoint that we support the killing of children at all costs? Please be our voice and speak out the truth. Don't take a side, but be on the side of peace.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Yigal B.
Good evening. My name is Yigal Bloom. I oppose any attempt to pass city resolution that deals with international affairs, especially such as are one-sided and don't have any meaningful effect on the city affairs. Hundreds of speakers supporting similar one-sided resolutions around the Bay Area claim that this is a local issue because the US taxpayers pay for supporting Israel defense. They all neglect to mention that the same US taxpayers pay $1 billion per year to support Palestinians through UNRWA, USAID, and the Palestinian Authority. Close to $350 million per year are given to UNRWA, which many of its employees are members or supporters of Hamas. UNRWA school books and programs encourage the students to become martyrs and kill as many Jews as possible in order to annihilate the state of Israel.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Our next speaker is Shlomit B, followed by Etsy B.
Good evening. My name is Shlomit Bloom. I stand here for the burnt families, decapitated children, raped girls and women, the hostages, the hundreds of thousands of displaced Israelis, and all families who'd lost loved ones and had not raised children to become murderers and rapists. The city has already decided to avoid wasting its time on dealing with foreign affairs. These resolutions only serve to create division and unsafe environments for all. I call upon the City Council to resist the well-oiled and subsidized pressure and not decide on foreign affairs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Etsy B, followed by Anna.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I'm here to thank the honorable council members for concentrating your efforts on addressing local Palo Alto issues and refraining from deviating into complexities of international conflicts that are far beyond the purview of the city governance. Indeed, it is crucial to recognize the intricate nature of the Middle East conflict and its deep historical roots. It is especially true considering the potential repercussions of involving the Council in the Israeli-Gaza conflict. Unfortunately, it will not bring an end to the war, retrieve hostages, or yield any tangible benefits for the city's residents. Instead, it poses a significant risk to our community, endangering lives, fostering division, and fueling hatred, like it was in Oakland, Alameda, Foster City, and more. It is essential to be mindful of the alarming rise in anti-Semitic attacks, which have surged by 400% since October 7. Thank you for maintaining Palo Alto as a haven, where residents, visitors, and workers experience safety, warmth, and a sense of belonging. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna, followed by Jenny.
My name is Ana Maria Perone, and I was born and raised in Santa Clara County, and I'm now studying political science at Stanford. But I shouldn't have to say that as a reason for caring about the ongoing occupation and genocide of the Palestinian people. In the last week, Israel shelled the last remaining fully functional hospital in Gaza, according to UNICEF. According to the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, as of January 19th, Israel killed over 32,000 Palestinians, injured over 62,000, destroyed 60% of Gazan homes, and displaced over 85% of Gaza's population. This is a textbook case of genocide. Israel has stated genocidal intent, massacred civilians, dehumanized Palestinians, inflicted bodily and mental harm, and created disgustingly inhumane living conditions. It's not complicated. This is a human life issue, and it applies to us. I urge you to agendize a resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire and stop to the ongoing genocide, as well as supports current BDS movements and allows humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Our next speaker is Jenny, followed by Rupini K.
Hello, I am one of your students and have been for 21 years, up to being a current Stanford student, where my Arab classmate was hate crimed and nearly run over. As the daughter of Singaporeans, my family suffered undeniable horrors and wretched war crimes under the Japanese Imperial Army in World War II. Every day, I feel sick watching the exact same war crimes that my family endured being turned upon Palestinians now. For every person sitting in this room, there are hundreds more rooms filled with Palestinian martyrs that your tax dollars have bombed to death. Palo Alto's own immigrant community, carrying the burden of our family's generational trauma, will remember you and will organize against those who fail to bring justice to Palestinians and their homeland. For you all as council members to not put full weight behind an immediate ceasefire resolution is a betrayal of your duty towards your community that you belong to. You have the opportunity to stand for the justice that my own grandparents will die without ever tasting. Why would you not take this opportunity? Agendize a ceasefire resolution and free Palestine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rupini K, followed by Brian L.
Hi, my name is Rupini. I'm a student at Stanford and a member of the Palo Alto community. I and all people of conscience are watching with horror the genocide Israel is carrying out, funded by our tax dollars. We demand a ceasefire resolution now. Politicians both here and in Israel have spewed dehumanizing rhetoric that has not only caused the slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, but has endangered Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs right here in our communities. This council, which had no trouble condemning Hamas in October, will not be remembered kindly by history if you continue to remain silent on this genocide. Let me be blunt. Refusing to condemn Israel's deliberate targeting of hospitals, mosques, schools, homes, healthcare workers, and journalists is a racist double standard that becomes increasingly egregious the longer you remain silent. You have an opportunity now to stand with your constituents on the right side of history. Agendizing and passing a ceasefire resolution is the bare minimum. We as a community demand no more US tax dollars for Israel's war crimes.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Brian L, followed by Lori M.
You call it a complicated conflict. You say, I don't pick a side, as if neutral means you're perfect. You say it with such pride. Another hour ticked, another 15 Gazans died. What Western media depicts, fact checks say they lied. Social media restricts, posts on Palestine they hide. You see the families they evict where generations lived inside. Innocent children they convict, imprisoned, basic rights denied. Ancient roads they restrict. They rule where you can ride. Humiliation they inflict daily under cruel apartheid. There is no neutral side in genocide. There's oppressor and oppressed, occupier and the occupied. Say it from your chest. You say, I don't have the info, I don't know the history. You got the internet, a window into all you need to see. Begin by looking into the Nakba catastrophe. Since 1948, Israel enforces inequality, continuing to this day. Apartheid is its strategy to segregate and subjugate. If you don't believe me, maybe you will resonate with Human Rights Watch Amnesty to set the record straight. World's largest open-air prison with a blockade on its shores, where 16-year-old children have lived through 6 wars, is Gaza, whose condition the Western world ignores. There is no neutral side in genocide. There's oppressor and oppressed, occupier and the occupied. Say it with your chest.
Our next speaker is Lori M, followed by Draper D.
We all mourn the loss of innocent life in Israel and Gaza, but ceasefire resolutions make things worse. Don't take my word for it. Here's Mayor London Breed, quote, "Since the Board of Supervisors introduced their ceasefire resolution, our city has been angrier, more divided and less safe. Sadly, that may have been their point. Their exercise was never about bringing people together. It was about choosing a side. That's London Breed. It was not about bringing people together. It's about choosing a side. And here's Foster City Vice Mayor Jimenez on their rejected resolution. What resulted is a tear in the fabric of our community. Councilmember Hindi, who requested this topic, should have known better. The council member should have known better. And in Santa Cruz, proponents of the defeated resolution cursed members of the council, threw things at them, and windows were broken. Why are ceasefire resolutions always accompanied by hate and anti-Semitism? I don't know.
Your time is
up. But we don't need this in Palo Alto. Thank you so much for not considering a ceasefire resolution.
Your time is up.
And keeping our city.
Our next speaker is Draper D, followed by Imani S.
My name is Draper Dayton. I live and study in Palo Alto, and I am Jewish. According to the Washington Post, reporting on a U.S. intelligence assessment, roughly half of the dropped in Gaza in the past 3 months are dummy bombs, unguided bombs. This is weaponry that has not been utilized by the United States since Vietnam. It is not the work of a precise operation attempting to take down military infrastructure. It is a tool of mass murder, of killing civilians, and it is genocidal. America funds this genocide, and much of the weaponry and technology deployed by Israel was developed here in Palo Alto. As a community, we share responsibility for all 25,000 Palestinian deaths, and as community leaders, you now have a responsibility to denounce it and call for it to end. Failure to pass a ceasefire resolution is to deny Palestinians humanity and their basic right to life. Failure to agendize a resolution is simple cowardice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Imani S, followed by Farah T.
Hello, and peace be upon you. My name is Iman, and I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. I am originally Algerian, but being raised here and being raised Algerian, if many of you guys know the history of Algeria, I'm often reminded to be the voice of the voiceless. Seeing this and seeing what's been going on for more than 100 days now, 30,000 people killed, and 50% of them are children, or in addition, seeing this, other students and I decided to start a sit-in at Stanford University. For the past 90 days, we've been sitting out for 24 hours, rain or shine. Through the sit-in, we've heard all types of Islamophobic, anti-Arab, and anti-Semitic comments towards our anti-Zionist Jews. These comments include Muslims are terrorists and doxing of students who are peacefully protesting, as well as violent hate crimes happening on our campus. As a Muslim woman who wears the headscarf, I not only feel heartbroken for the people of the Gaza and West Bank, I also feel—
Your time is up.
I also feel terrified and targeted each and every day. With this being said,
Your time is up.
I urge you to release.
Our next speaker is Farah T, followed by Claire.
Good evening. My name is Farah, and I'm a first-generation Egyptian Muslim Stanford student, and I am an ashamed Palo Alto resident. I say shame on you all. Greer Stone, I look you specifically in the eyes when I say this because it may be difficult for you to envision what it's like to be in Gaza and what your complacency means. In Palo Alto terms, 28.5 Palo Alto's worth of people have been displaced. Nearly 50% of them have been slaughtered. To be clear, that's 2 million displaced Palestinians and over 30,000 Palestinians killed. This is all with the understanding that mass starvation, spread of disease, freezing weather, and rain, all propagated by the Israeli state. Palestinians do not have the space to mourn or to grieve. That's mothers, children, women, fathers, brothers, grandparents who have been massacred and continue to be killed. As elected public officials, you took the responsibility to be vehicles of change. Over 190 Palestinians were murdered in the past 24 hours. So when you go to sleep tonight, I hope you remember that. You said yourself 5 hours ago, we're a well-venerated and well-known city, and we are really known for what we do. Gaza is your responsibility, and I urge you to agendize a ceasefire resolution.
Our next speaker is Claire, followed by Julia F. Our next speaker is Julia F, followed by Hamilton H. Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
A number of houses in Palo Alto were flooded on New Year's Eve of 2022, and there's a quick, straightforward project that can reduce the likelihood of this happening next time San Francisco Creek floods and also save other homes. This project is the Hamilton Ave storm drain upgrade that would place a 4-foot diameter storm drain under Hamilton Ave from Center Drive to Rhodes Drive. This project would be funded by the storm drain upgrade money and could be started in the summer of 2024. It was described in the city's June 2015 Storm Drain Master Plan update written by Schaaf and Wheeler as Project 9 and was listed as a high priority and is one of the top remaining storm drain projects. It can happen with sufficient council and staff support. Please consider prioritizing this project as part of your goal planning exercise next Monday. It can fall under a priority like health and safety or climate adaptation. Then please include it in the budget for adoption for June 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John H. John H. Moving on to our next speaker, Jesse H.
Hi, my name is Jessie Hazard, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto since I was born. A few days ago, the official death toll of Palestinians reached 30,000 people, not even counting an unnumbered amount of people trapped in the rubble. That is one person every 5 minutes. That is at least 60 people since this meeting began. I'm here to demand that a ceasefire resolution be added to the agenda. On May 15th, 2023, the city of Palo Alto released their proclamation of Palestinian Culture Day. The end of this proclamation reads, "The city of Palo Alto will continue efforts to confront all forms of hate impacting the Palestinian community and stand with the Palestinian community against bigotry and injustice." Why are you lying to us? You have sworn to protect Palestinians against bigotry and injustice, and what is more unjust than genocide? History will show that Palo Alto stood for genocide for 107 days. History will show that Palo Alto supported an oppressive and genocidal regime for 107 days. Do not let that history last any longer.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Ed C., followed by Aram J. Ed C. Moving to our next speaker, Aram J.
Okay, next Monday, organizers to Free Palestine at 5:30 p.m. Zoom or at Mitchell Park. We need to turn up the volume because they're going to have a priority setting for next year. And I say the number one priority, the order of business for this city is to demand a ceasefire. And until the city council does that, we need to shut down their business. Keep bringing 60, 100, 150 speakers. We can do it, folks. We've shown it tonight. We've got to stop the bloodletting in Palestine, the destruction of culture. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, you need to stop anyone, including the next speaker, if that person tries to go over the 1 minute mark. They need to be removed. We need to show respect for every speaker here. Free Palestine, ceasefire now, a permanent ceasefire. And Julie, let me know if you stood up for a permanent ceasefire or some kind of watered down one. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Rebecca E., followed by Maya B.
Personal capacity. Dear Aram and other well-intentioned but misguided speakers tonight, while you have been so angry and demanding a ceasefire, Israel actually gave you what you wanted. If you turned on the news and looked at the press, you would see that once again, Israel has made an offer of ceasefire. All Israel's asking is that the 150 hostages, including the teenage girls being raped to death in terror tunnels, be returned. Israel even offered to give about 100 convicted criminals in exchange for each 10-month-old baby and formerly pregnant woman to be returned. Please, you're barking up the wrong tree. We want peace. Ask your folks to give it back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maya B, followed by Zoom user.
Hello, my name is Maya, and I've made Palo Alto my home about 14 years ago, raising our family here at the local schools. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for helping to keep our community safe. We've always enjoyed our community, the wonderful children's theater, zoo, sharing fruits with our neighbors. Children and family of different and mixed races, religions, and backgrounds have flourished here, working together in collaboration and respect. What some are asking for, the consideration of a ceasefire resolution, unfortunately, would either aim or simply result in this chattering of all this. The tragedy in Gaza and in Israel is heart-wrenching. The loss of life, including children, are hard to witness. Unfortunately, the crisis is also complex. What does a ceasefire mean? What happens to the hostages? What guarantees a mutual long-term ceasefire? I'd like to thank you again for helping to prevent.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoom user, followed by LFQ.
Can I ask you all for 1 minute to put yourself in the shoes of a parent whose child is trapped in Gaza right now? Whether you're a Palestinian mother or an Israeli father that's waiting for their hostage child to come back, what would you be praying for? What do you think the parents of all of these people have been asking for? They've been asking for a ceasefire. All those lives hang in the balance. Day by day, more of them are dying. The only way to let them go back and save more lives has been the few days that we had a brief ceasefire. It's been 109 days. It's way too long to let so many humans lose their life. Let's ceasefire now. Let's save the lives that we can save.
Our next speaker is LFQ, followed by SA.
Hello. It's not complicated. Have you not seen the images all over social media of the Gaza genocide? This did not have to happen. The carnage in Gaza was not the result of a natural disaster, a flood, an earthquake. It was entirely man-made by Israel, funded by our tax dollars. Those of you who manipulatively say that a ceasefire resolution will divide the city clearly want the genocide to continue. How do you sleep at night? I saw a boy who lost both parents. 2 days later, his legs were blown off. All he wants to do is feel the embrace of his parents and walk again. He will do neither. The doctor who had to amputate his child's limb on his dining room table because they couldn't get out. The 1-year-old who lost an arm and a leg bleeding into his diaper and couldn't be treated. 573 children killed in Ukraine in over 2 years, 12,000 in Gaza.
Your time is up.
Palestinian lives matter.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is SA, followed by Sarit S.
Hello, I'm here today to thank you for the steps you've taken thus far to try to unite our community during this unprecedented time of division and experienced anti-Semitism. For me personally and for others I know. I applaud you for having kept a ceasefire resolution about the Israel-Hamas war off the agenda to date. As we can all see from cities around us, these resolutions have only ignited hatred and created a deeper division in our communities. Sadly, they've kept us from achieving our true goal that I believe every one of us has, which is unity, dignity, and respect for all. Plus, passing resolutions on international affairs is not the role of city councils, as several leaders have recognized, including Mayor Breed of San Francisco. So I'm here today to acknowledge and applaud you for your efforts to date and encourage you to remain resolute in your standing for the good of Palo Alto and the broader community. We need strong examples that other cities can follow, and Palo Alto can be just that if you stay the course.
Your time is up.
Resolution.
Our
Thank
next speaker is Sarit S., followed by Heba.
Hello, my name is Sarit Shubi, and I have been a Palo Alto resident for about 10 years. Until this month, I had never attended a city council meeting, and here I am speaking to you for the second time in 3 weeks. I'm here to thank you for not dividing our community with any city council action related to a ceasefire. Communities in Palo Alto are in pain. It's important that the city council focus on healing and safety for everyone, not on policies that polarize our community and have no impact on foreign relations. Look at what happened at a recent Santa Cruz City Council meeting. The council endured hours of hate speech and division until 2 a.m., resulting in death threats by ceasefire advocates to city council members afterward. I am grateful that this is not happening in Palo Alto. Please continue to stand strong. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Our next speaker is Heba, followed by Michael Q.
Hi, I'm here to urge you to call for a ceasefire or to agendize a ceasefire. I don't think I need to reiterate what everyone else has been saying. You just need to tune in to what's happening at the ICJ hearings. This is a genocide. It's a textbook case of genocide. And to be on the right side of history is to call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Q. Michael Q. Moving on to our next speaker, Michael L.
Hello, my name is Michal. I would like to thank the council members for your time and dedication to our community. Today, I'm here to ask you not to consider a ceasefire resolution. As a proud American Jewish Israeli, the bias of this resolution is not only hurtful for me and my family, but to any individual in the community who is personally affected by this bloody war. Community members from all sides are in pain, mourning, and are scared. As much as I wish it, this resolution will not end this war, will not motivate the release of the hostages, and will not bring back to life those murdered, brutalized, and gone forever. This resolution will cause hate, will cause division, and will fracture our community. On October 7th, our lives changed forever. I am frightened for the future of our city, of this country, and of the world. Please take responsibility and keep us safe and united. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarit P.
Good evening. My name is Sarit Polevoy, and I would like to address the recurring theme of speeches and proposals about conflict in faraway countries. As we are all aware, the Council does not get to set the country foreign policy. All those discussions do nothing but import a conflict that is happening 8,000 miles away, creating hostility and tension between Palo Alto residents who are otherwise great neighbors. Those meetings, which should be used to better our life, are being hijacked to voice support of an organization that has been recognized by the federal government as a terror organization, which for many decades has been destroying the lives of at least 2 nations. Let's keep the discussion to things that directly impact our life. And to the previous speaker, the state of Israel is a fact. It exists. Human beings live there. At this point, claiming you are anti-Zionist is basically a call for genocide.
Your time is up.
And or at cleansing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonata, followed by Maybar D.
Hello, Council. Thank you. I'm an infectious disease scientist who has lived, worked, and paid taxes in Palo Alto for several years now. My work studying some of the most dangerous viruses has never felt more useless than it does now, because it's clear to me that an action in the face of dehumanizing policy from public servants and it is by far the deadliest pathogen on earth. This council has an opportunity to work to protect Palestinian and Israeli lives from this cycle of dehumanization by calling for a permanent end to the cycle of violence being perpetuated by Israel's relentless bombing of Gaza. Not a 2-month military pause, not a 4-hour humanitarian pause, a permanent ceasefire. With every shelling, with every bullet, with every casualty, trauma is inflicted upon innocent civilians. Even if wounds can patch, even if broken bones heal, even if bloodstains dry up, this kind of trauma echoes for generations. I call on this council to agendacize a ceasefire. Use your circle of influence until world leaders use theirs.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Maybar, followed by Eleanor T. Maybar D. Moving to our next speaker, Eleanor T.
Hi. On October 7, the terrorist organization Hamas-ISIS carried out the largest terrorist attack after September 11 and the most heinous and barbaric massacre in modern times. Despite the tragic event of September 11, leading to a long and bloody war in Afghanistan, a war that our tax dollars paid, no resolution for a ceasefire was made by the Palo Alto City Council. While wars are painful and every innocent death is tragic, it's not the council's role to call for a one-sided ceasefire resolution. Those calling Israel for a ceasefire could achieve it today by demanding Hamas, the initiator of this war, to release all remaining hostages, including children, women, and the elderly, and to lay down the weapons. It's that simple. The council's responsibility lies in ensuring the safety and well-being of our communities, including the Jewish and the Muslim residents. Let's channel our effort into local support and encourage a cautious approach to external involvement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt J, followed by MMMA.
Good evening. My name is Matan. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County and I do business in Palo Alto. I'd like to ask you not to agendize a ceasefire resolution. Those who call you to do so have done that in about a dozen other cities across the Bay Area over the past couple of months. It's another attempt to delegitimize Israel's existence and its right to defend itself against an enemy who actively seeks its destruction and cynically uses civilian infrastructure for military needs. They do not come here demanding a ceasefire resolution when 500,000 civilians died in Syria and chemical weapons were deployed, or when hundreds of thousands died in Ukraine and Russia. Hamas is the one who violated the ceasefire, started this war, and rejected free ceasefire offers made by Israel, Egypt, and Qatar. The audience here is barking up the wrong tree, and they absolutely know it. What we're seeing here tonight is the persecution of Jews under the guise of brown egg democracy. That makes me feel very unsafe in my community. Please keep Palo Alto safe for everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is MMMA, followed by Tuba S.
Oh, sorry. My name is Mo, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm here to thank you, first of all, and ask you to keep not considering any resolution related to a ceasefire. I want to thank you for not dividing our community with these kind of city council resolutions. As Palo Alto leaders, you cannot possibly have any impact on the war in the Middle East, but debating this highly volatile issue will sow hatred and division locally. You're risking creating an unsafe environment for residents in your city. I think most of us are hurting with the innocent victims of both sides in this war and would like to see permanent peace. This resolution will not advance that. What's happening in Israel is heartbreaking. However, these resolutions, however well-intentioned, will not lead to a path of peace for the region. When we consider any calls for a ceasefire, please remember that, as speakers mentioned, there was peace before on October 6th, and Hamas violated it. Thank you very much for keeping our city together and not dividing us with any hostile resolutions.
Our next speaker is Tuba S., followed by our final speaker, Jenny W.
Hi, I'm Thuba, and I'm a Palo Alto resident calling for Palo Alto to pass a ceasefire resolution to end the genocide in Gaza. For the past 109 days, we have witnessed over 30,000 people die, almost where half of them are children. Palestinians are dying from weapons funded by our tax dollars. So to say this is beyond our scope or that it's complicated is wrong. Calling for a ceasefire is not divisive. When has calling for the end of violence ever been a bad thing? Rather, not calling for a ceasefire is divisive. It's telling our children that Palestinian life doesn't matter to you. It's telling our children that some children don't deserve the same rights they have just because of where they were born. It's telling our children that Palo Alto is okay with violence against civilians, violence against children. Calling for a ceasefire is calling to protect humanity. Do the right thing. Call for a ceasefire now.
Our final speaker is Jenny W. Jenny W. And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.